process. These are development, so it is not a strategic, it is a social philosophy, Nehruvian era and Modi era.
Okay.
The earlier era, in the Nehruvian era, the tribal are object. In Modi era, tribals are not object, they are
But even if it is strategy, Mr. Sinha, let's say even if it is strategy, which many political analysts will read it like that, what is wrong with it when you're going into an election? I want to quickly, cut across as we continue to debate, especially what the impact will be in the coming elections of what we are seeing, abject opposition, disunity, and general elections 2024. Quickly dip into Poulomi Saha, who's been getting us the latest count. Poulomi, what we're given to understand, halfway mark has been crossed by Draupadi Murmu. She has become, Madam Draupadi Murmu will be our 15th president, the first tribal leader and the second woman ever to get the highest constitutional post in India.
Absolutely, and just as the results of that third round of counting came in, Preeti, the music went up over here and the celebrations just became louder. You can see, of course, the dancers over there celebrating this absolutely momentous occasion when Draupadi Murmu has crossed the 50% mark. She has secured 50% votes for herself, and the celebrations have now broken out inside the residence of Draupadi Murmu, the temporary residence of Draupadi Murmu here in New Delhi. After the final results are declared, Prime Minister Modi will be arriving over here in order to congratulate Madam President Draupadi Murmu. But already you can see the celebrations have begun over here. The BJP obviously was preparing for this all day. They did in fact take out rallies and road shows across, of course, the country, and obviously they will start all over again right now. But over here they were trying to keep it somber and under control because they were waiting for some sort of an official confirmation of those results. And as soon as the results of the third round of counting were declared, Preeti, which basically said that Draupadi Murmu has crossed the 50% vote mark, the celebrations have now broken out inside Draupadi Murmu's residence here in New Delhi. Preeti.
All right, Rahul, he's still with us, Rahul Srivastava. Poulomi, we're going to continue to come to you. Just stay with us. On these visuals, their celebrations have broken out. The opposition, a part of it might call it symbolism, but what's wrong in a bit of symbolism and tokenism? We have now the first tribal leader to ever become the president of the country, the 15th president of the country. She happens to be a woman, making her the second woman to take the highest constitutional post that India has to offer. Well, it is the era right now of the 15th president, if one might say. Draupadi Murmu is the next president of India. Rahul, I want to quickly pull you in as we stay with these visuals, and we're going to cut across back to Poulomi. What's interesting in all of this is a huge set of the opposition right now would call this symbolism. But tokenism, especially in politics, goes a long, long way.
See, if it was tokenism, Mamata Banerjee wouldn't have declared a tribal day. If it was not tokenism, 104 MLAs wouldn't have cross-voted. If it was tokenism, I think Jharkhand, JMM wouldn't have changed its strategy. I think it's a political message which has been sent. The BJP has taken a step for the future, while everybody else in the opposition is basically stagnating at the same place. Although I will say that she is going to be Madam President. And I do not want pictures of one segment celebrating and other mourning.
Right.
I think she is the President of India, and there should be no two narratives today. I think there should be only one celebration, that a woman, tribal, against all odds, is going to be the President of India, and I think that's the romance of democracy and a constitution.
Well, I totally agree with you. That's the romance of democracy. Welcome, Madam President, Ms. Murmu. They're making her the 15th President of India. I want to cut across to the celebrations, viewers. India has its 15th President, and it is Madam Draupadi Murmu. Connecting to our reporters, Poulomi Saha joining us, where celebrations afoot at the Bharatiya Janata Party office. Of course, it is the BJP-led NDA candidate, which is won by a landslide. Expected lines, yes, but cutting across to Abhishek Anand, who's also joining us with the latest reactions. Abhishek, over to you. Where are you? What are you picking up? Abhishek, can you hear me? Abhishek, can you hear me?
Yes, I can barely hear you. All I can show you is that BJP
All right, that's JP Nadda's roadshow. All right, we can barely hear Abhishek Anand, but in Delhi, you know, it's interesting. We were talking about symbolism. JP Nadda's roadshow in the national capital, Rahul Srivastava at the back of Draupadi Murmu becoming the next president of India. And, you know, that's, like you said, the romance of democracy, because at the Bharatiya Janata Party office, a tribal has become the next president of India, and you have the Rajasthani folklore dance at that. You know, nothing can better that. But Rahul, what do you make of these visuals? JP Nadda holding a roadshow in the national capital.
I think there were two events when people were on the roads today. One is Mr. Nadda on the road celebrating the triumph of the BJP's narrative to create a tribal woman president of India. And the second was the Congress contesting the questioning of its president, interim president. They haven't had a president since 2019. I think that's what is I think that those two are the pictures which we should go back today with. That somewhere the BJP is ready to make change, make amends, and move forward, create newer avenues in politics, where the Congress and the principal opposition, I think, still the only pan-Indian party in the country, is struggling with some very domestic narratives.
You know, once again, Abhishek Anand right now. Let's cut across to him.
देश में पहली बार एक आदिवासी जनजाति समाज की बेटी महिला बहन राष्ट्रपति बनने जा रही है। आज इतना बड़ा जो जुलूस उनकी खुशी में, उनकी जीत की खुशी में यहाँ पर आयोजित हुआ है, और हम सब लोग आज बहुत खुश हैं कि आज़ादी के 75 साल बाद हमारे देश के प्रधानमंत्री जी और भारतीय जनता पार्टी और एनडीए ने ये सोचा कि एक ऐसे समाज की बेटी सर्वोच्च संवैधानिक पद पर पहुंचे जिसको आज तक मौका नहीं मिला है। ऐसी श्रीमती द्रौपदी मुर्मू, जिनका खुद का जीवन एक प्रेरणादायक रहा है, जिन्होंने अपने पारिवारिक जीवन में संघर्ष किया, शिक्षा प्राप्त की, और उन्होंने कभी भी सामाजिक जिम्मेदारियों से पीछे मुड़कर नहीं देखा। और आज वो ऐसी प्रेरणादायक मूर्ति श्रीमती द्रौपदी मुर्मू जी हमारी राष्ट्रपति बन रही हैं। जनजाति समाज हो, आदिवासी समाज हो, पिछड़े वर्ग हो, महिला हो, हर देश के हर वर्ग के अंदर एक लहर है, खुशी की लहर है, और हम द्रौपदी मुर्मू जी के जीत का जश्न मना रहे हैं।
What I'm going to do is, because as drums beat in the national capital, euphoric BJP office, where you can see the Rajasthani dancers, the folk dance there. But I want to cut across, viewers, where the celebration will be felt the deepest, and you know, it's going to cut through the maximum, and that is the hometown. That's the hometown. All right, let's listen into the latest reactions coming in.
And Punjab. In this round, the total valid votes were 1,333. The total value of valid votes is 165,664. Shrimati Draupadi Murmu got 812 votes of the value of 94,478. How many votes she got? 812 votes with a value of 94,478. And Shri Yashwant Sinha got 521 votes of the value of 71,186. 71,186. So up to this round, the cumulative total is total valid votes 3219. Total value of valid votes 838,839, of which Shrimati Murmu gets 2161 votes of the value of 577,777, and Shri Sinha gets 1058 votes of value of 261,062. 1058 votes with a value of 261,062. इसी को हिंदी में बता दे रहा हूं मैं कि तीसरे चरण की काउंटिंग में हमने इंक्लूड किया था कर्नाटका, केरला, मध्य प्रदेश, महाराष्ट्र, मणिपुर, मेघालय, मिजोरम, नागालैंड, उड़ीसा और पंजाब। इस चरण में जो टोटल वैलिड वोट्स हैं उनकी संख्या है 1333 और इनकी टोटल वैल्यू ऑफ वैलिड वोट्स है 1,65,000 664। इसमें मुर्मू जी को मिले हैं 812 वोट, जिनकी वैल्यू है 94,478, और श्री सिन्हा को मिले हैं 521 वोट, जिनकी वैल्यू है 71,186। इस तरह से अब तक का जो कुल टोटल बनता है 3,219 वैलिड वोट्स, जिनकी वैल्यू है 8,38,839। श्रीमती मुर्मू जी को मिले हैं इसमें 2,161 वोट, जिनकी वैल्यू है 5,77,777, और सिन्हा जी को मिले हैं 1,058 वोट, जिनकी वैल्यू है 2,61,062।
एक बार so Draupadi Murmu has crossed 50% mark, no, sir?
You can calculate yourself. I'll come back to you after this.
Breaking this evening, Draupadi Murmu from Mayurbhanj, now India's 15th president, crossing the 50% mark very comfortably, including 104 MLAs cross-voting in favor of the BJP candidate. So far, from the rounds of voting, we know 17 MPs cross-voted. 5 of those votes got invalidated, but 17 MPs in total and 104 MLAs belonging to opposition parties have cross-voted in favor of President Draupadi Murmu. Now, Yashwant Sinha has conceded defeat. The opposition candidate tweeting moments before now, I join fellow citizens in congratulating Srimati Draupadi Murmu on her victory in the presidential election of 2022. India hopes that as the 15th president of the Republic, she functions as the custodian of the Constitution without fear or favor. That's opposition candidate Yashwant Sinha congratulating candidate Draupadi Murmu. All the details coming up on the presidential elections. We're also tracking Sonia Gandhi being questioned by the Enforcement Directorate today. That and more is our top focus on the news track tonight.
Welcome Rashtrapati Droupadi Murmu. Nation's first tribal president is here. After stormy campaign, Murmu wins. India, hail your first Adivasi president. Celebrations erupt for 15th Rashtrapati. History made and barriers broken.
Also on the news track tonight, we'll have senior BJP leader Ravi Shankar Prasad and senior Congress leader Sachin Pilot talking about the Enforcement Directorate's summoning and questioning of Congress President Sonia Gandhi. That's coming up in a while. Here are the headlines I'm tracking tonight. Opposition split wide open over the election of the Vice President. TMC to abstain from voting. Mamta's party furious over not being consulted over Margaret Alva's nomination. Sonia Gandhi's ED grilling in the National Herald case concludes for the day. Sonia grilled for over 3 hours by the ED, summoned again on the 25th of July. Congress protest turns violent in Bengaluru, Hyderabad and Chandigarh. Vehicles torched, 3 trains stopped in the capital. War of words over Sonia Gandhi's grilling by the ED. Congress says probe agency didn't have anything to ask the Congress president, so she was let off early. ED counters claims all key issues were covered. Mamata Banerjee's mega roar for the 2024 polls on TMC's Martyr Day. says people's mandate will dislodge the BJP, hits out at the centre, says don't scare us by using the ED.
सकता है कि हमको भी झुकता नहीं है, हमको ईडी से मत डराओ, हमको सीबीआई से मत डराओ, हमको रुपया बंद करने से मत डराओ, ऐसा बात मत करो।
The latest information that we're receiving at this moment is, according to the counting that's been done so far, Draupadi Murmu has received 69% of the total votes that have been counted till the third round. She's also got 53% of the total votes available in the Electoral College. What that essentially means is that candidate Murmu will be India's 15th president. It's all but certain. She has crossed the 50% mark and is now comfortably ensconced in pole position to be India's 15th president. We're also being told that in states like Madhya Pradesh and Assam, there's been massive cross-voting. A total of 104 MLAs have cross-voted so far, according to information put out from senior government sources. We're also being told that 17 MPs have cross-voted. 5 of those votes got invalidated for various reasons, but 17 MPs in total have cross-voted in favor of the BJP's candidate, Draupadi Murmu. Paulami Saha joins us at candidate Murmu's Delhi residence. Paulami, we're being told that the Prime Minister will be coming to meet Draupadi Murmu and congratulating her. We're also seeing a big BJP song and dance. It doesn't usually happen like this from my past memory, but they're really putting up a big song and dance to send home the message that a tribal woman from the east will now be ensconced in Rashtrapati Bhavan.
That's right. This is a momentous occasion, Rahul, and the BJP wants to mark this occasion. They were being extremely careful about it and somber until, of course, that third round counting results, in fact, came in, which basically said that she has already secured 53% of the votes as far as the Electoral College is concerned. So she's crossed that mark. And hence, these celebrations that you can see that are broken out inside Draupadi Murmu's temporary residence in Delhi. She is over here, and shortly Prime Minister Modi is also expected to come over here. आप कहाँ से हो? आप ओडिशा से हो, आप यहाँ पर आए हो. कितना बड़ा ये मौका है कि द्रौपदी मुर्मू जो ओडिशा से आती हैं, वो अब राष्ट्रपति बनने वाली हैं.
बहुत बढ़िया लग रहा है और हम ओडिशा से हैं, होम डिस्ट्रिक्ट से है. राष्ट्रपति दीदी, द्रौपदी दीदी को होम डिस्ट्रिक्ट है. हम आसपास से रहते हैं, मयूरभंज से. ओडिशा से हम दिल्ली में रहते हैं और आज इतना खुश लग रही है, इतना खुश लग रही है जैसे कि ठिकाना ही नहीं है. और हम लेडीज को इतना मान मिलेंगे, ये हमारे रिक्वेस्ट है, बहुत मान मिलेंगे. और फर्स्ट टाइम राष्ट्रपति हो रहे हैं तो बहुत खुश.
और एक महिला, आदिवासी महिला जो आज राष्ट्रपति बनने वाली है, एक तरह से इतिहास रचा जा रहा है.
और जोहार के जोतो को गए इंटरेस्ट को ना आले सांताल समाज रे माने नितो उन्नति लगी और नितो आयो होड़े दाड़े.
Follow me for a moment. I want to go across to Suryagni Roy. He's at the residence in Mayurbhanj in Orissa of Draupadi Murmu. Her brother now joins us live on this broadcast for the first time, speaking to the media after it's now clear that Draupadi Murmu will be India's next president. Suryagni, take it away.
Well, Rahul, I'll just introduce Mr. Murmu to all our viewers. He is the brother of Draupadi Murmu. Sir, आपसे पूछेंगे कि द्रौपदी जी जब पहली बार आपसे मिले थे, आपने कहा था कॉन्फिडेंस से कि आपकी दीदी जीतेंगी और राष्ट्रपति दीदी बनेंगी. राष्ट्रपति दीदी बन गई.
तो राष्ट्रपति दीदी बन गई है, उसलिए हमको बहुत खुशी है.
बहुत खुशी है.
बहुत खुशी.
अभी अगला क्या करेंगे?
अगला तो हम जाने का तैयार कर रहा हूँ.
दिल्ली जाएंगे?
दिल्ली
शपथ ग्रहण में.
जी जी.
अच्छा, 50% से अधिक वोट मिल रहे हैं उनको. इसका मतलब क्रॉस वोटिंग भी आप मतलब राष्ट्रपति द्रौपदी मुर्मू के फेवर में गया है. ये अंदाजा था?
नहीं, ये तो अंदाजा हमको नहीं था, मगर वो टीवी वगैरह में देख के हमको भी मतलब सुनने के मिले कि क्रॉस वोटिंग भी हुआ करके.
आपने मुझे कहा था पहली बार जब आपसे बातचीत हुई थी कि इसी घर में आप बचपन से द्रौपदी जी के साथ रह रहे हैं। यहाँ पर अभी तो वो रायसना हिल चली जाएंगी, तो आप क्या करेंगे? क्या आप भी जाएंगे उनके साथ रायरंगपुर से रायसना हिल?
अभी इस बार जाने का बाद हम बातचीत करेंगे, उसका बाद सोचेंगे कि हम यहाँ रहेंगे या रायसना हिल में रहेंगे।
सामने राखी है, आप क्या गिफ्ट देंगे दीदी को?
नहीं, हम लोग का तो राखी में गिफ्ट ऐसा राखी में नहीं बनवाया जाता है, बस ऐसे हम लोग
आप तो सुबह से खुश हो, आप मुस्कुरा रहे हो, लेकिन सेलिब्रेशन अभी नहीं हो रहा है, लड्डू नहीं दिख रहे। लड्डू सुबह बना रहे थे, गए किधर वो सब?
नहीं, वो बीच में दिया गया, अभी तक खत्म हो गया, देके फिर कल बंटवा जाएगा।
द्रौपदी मुर्मू ने, आपने इतिश्री मुर्मू ने कहा था, हमसे ही कहा था आज तक पे, इंडिया टुडे पे, कि अगर सबको पता चले कि द्रौपदी मुर्मू कौन है, उनकी बैक स्टोरी क्या है, ऐसा कोई MP MLA नहीं है जो उनके फेवर में वोट नहीं देगा। ये मैजिक काम किया आपको लगता है?
हाँ, जरूर काम किया, जरूर काम किया।
खुश हुआ?
बहुत खुश हूँ, बहुत खुश।
So Rahul, that was Mr. Tarani Sen Tudu, the brother of Draupadi Murmu. As you can see, he's extremely happy over here. We spoke to him a month back when we first came over here to know about Draupadi Murmu. He was confident, and he's still confident. He was still confident in the morning as well. Right now, he's smiling. He's sweating, and he's smiling right now under a lot of pressure. So. But he's happy for the fact that, his sister becomes Rashtrapati Didi for all of us. Back to you.
All right, interesting there to see, the words of the brother who doesn't know whether he'll be at Raisina Hill or not. He's mighty excited, as you can quite imagine. Draupadi Murmu now all set to be India's next president, crossing 50% in the Electoral College. We've got Parajita Sarangi joining us from the BJP. A big moment this, a tribal woman from the east coming to Rashtrapati Bhavan. And what's interesting is that you've got 104 MLAs, 17 MPs who seem to have cross-voted in favor of your candidate. Parajita?
Yes, a very good evening. I think this is a day of celebration, and the entire nation is celebrating this moment of victory. We are all one, barring a few. I think we are all one. We are all very happy, elated. A woman, and that too from a very underprivileged society. She has come and she will be adorning the Rashtrapati Bhavan. Nothing could have been better for the Indians. And let me tell you that this is not just the victory of Madam Draupadi Murmu. It's the victory of a thought, an idea, a principle. Prime Minister Modi's government has always been emphasizing Antyodaya, Sabka Saath, Sabka Vikas, Sabka Vishwas. We have been standing by the downtrodden, the underprivileged, the vulnerable section of the community. And here is Madam Draupadi Murmu, whose journey has been from Rairangpur to Raisina Hill, a journey which has been dotted by struggles and difficulties all through. But I think she has looked upon all these difficulties as challenges and not as problems. And here she is. So I think all of us are elated. And the best part is that 104 MLAs have cross-voted and 17 MPs have cross-voted. I remember when the election preparations were on, Shri Yashwant Sinha ji had appealed to all the voters, the MPs and the MLAs, please listen to the voice of your conscience. Do what your Antaratma tells you to do. And I think many of these who have cross-voted...
Let me spend some time with Rahul Srivastava on that. I'm looking at the list of cross-voters. In states like Andhra Pradesh and Arunachal, there's no one who's cross-voted. There are lots of cross-votings in Assam, cross-votings in big numbers also in Gujarat, cross-votings in Madhya Pradesh, cross-votings in Maharashtra. And this is quite embarrassing. This is not those parties who said they will support Draupadi Murmu. These are MPs and MLAs from opposition ruled parties who picked another candidate who've on the sly gone and voted for Draupadi Murmu.
Rahul, I think the blame should be left at the doors of the party leaders in the opposition. They, missed doing what the BJP eventually has done. their narrative was never cohesive, so much so that they picked up somebody who was not going to send out any kind of political signal. The opposition is saying that Draupadi Murmu is just a symbolic element, but then so were so many minority presidents of India. It is still a matter of romance for this democracy. We may be doing many things wrong, democracy may be faulty, but we have a woman tribal as a president of India, and I think that's a big right. And in that, the opposition missed a trick. It was not united, and the fracturing, so much so that the leaders are unable to convince their own MLAs, or they don't know which way the MLAs are going to go, that they actually take their political decisions. I think this means that the leaders are not tuned into their own parties and also not tuned in as far as the demography is concerned. I think the splintering of the opposition and also the lack of hold is very visible from here.
What you're seeing on the screen are images from Draupadi Murmu's Delhi residence, where Prime Minister Modi is expected to arrive any moment from now to congratulate Draupadi Murmu and to celebrate with BJP Karyakartas and the family of our new president. From Rairangpur to Raisina Hill, Draupadi Murmu's journey has been a remarkable one.
Rairangpur in Mayurbhanj district of Odisha is proud to be the town that witnessed the rise of Draupadi Murmu. She worked here as a teacher before becoming a councillor, an MLA, a minister, and then governor. More than 280 kilometers from the capital of Odisha, this is where she built her life after her elder son passed away. Her people are overjoyed. Havans followed by dance and sweets, the proud village is basking in Murmu's feet.
She is a lady with a heart. On the one side, she is an iron lady. She would like to take strong action in one hand. In other, she would talk very politely and very compassionately with the public.
Draupadi Murmu's brother Tarini Sen Tudu lives in her house in Rairangpur while the rest of the family keeps visiting. Her brother is excited about attending the swearing-in ceremony.
सेलिब्रेशन तो हम लोग तैयारी में है, लड्डू वड्डू बटा जाएगा और नाच उच भी होगा ट्रेडिशनल का। अगर जीत जाती है तो हम तो जरूर उसका ये मैं आऊँगा ओथ में।
वो like any other mother, कभी-कभी strict भी है, कभी-कभी soft.
क्या बोल रहे हैं? Okay, here are images of Prime Minister Narendra Modi now reaching the residence of Draupadi Murmu. Paulami Saha is at Draupadi Murmu's residence. The Prime Minister coming, wanting to be a part of this celebration. And as far as the political messaging is concerned, they're going all out to ensure that that message goes home. Naturally, when the Prime Minister is going to meet the President who's just won this election, prime-time television cameras on them at this moment, and sending a very powerful message to all parts of the country that they've got now a Santal, tribal, Adivasi woman as India's next president. Rahul Srivastava?
A big moment. See, Rahul, if you see the pictures today, during the day we had the Congress protests on the street, and if you look at the entire tone and tenor of the protest, the Congress seemed to be trapped in a very domestic narrative. And you have Prime Minister Narendra Modi, JP Nadda, who just now held a roadshow, and you've got the BJP expanding on its narrative. And the Prime Minister first among the people to go and greet Draupadi Murmu. See the messaging of these pictures. If you see the celebrations which were on in Odisha and several other states in tribal belts, if somebody tried to dismiss that this is all symbolic, I think they are missing the political bus.
No, but it's a very important piece of political symbolism. Be that
Extremely
as
critical.
it may, everything in politics is symbolic, right? The opposition chose Yashwant Sinha, the Congress backed Yashwant Sinha, long-time BJP member, to be its presidential candidate. The BJP's picked an Adivasi Santal woman from the east to be the next president. Its politics is about symbolism to a great extent. See,
when BJP Prime Minister Modi changed his Council of Ministers and brought in 27 OBC ministers, it was same thing was said. This is all symbolic, but the BJP retained the OBC vote in Uttar Pradesh. So if you don't indulge in the right symbolism, you can't say that this is mere symbolism and dismiss it. I think the BJP has done something today. I think, say for example, even in Orissa, for example, where the BJP is a poor second, I think the BJP has made a very strong stride.
Do you think this could help them in the next elections against
Definitely,
Naveen
Rahul,
Patnaik?
because that belt is something where Naveen Patnaik has always done very well. And the BJP was not getting a toehold. Dharmendra Pradhan used to contest at one time from one of the belts, constituencies which was tribal dominated. And remember, he lost his Lok Sabha elections. I think the BJP is very good now at making beginnings in here. Say, for example, in Telangana, what they have done over the last 1 month is very clear that the BJP is trying to make inroads. It's always preparing for it tomorrow. And I think these pictures with Prime Minister sitting with Draupadi Murmu and JP Nadda, I think this will be seen. I think this will be played over and over again in the next 1 or 2 months. I think the grand ceremony will be when Draupadi Murmu will be taking oath as president, and I think there will be a lot of rejoicing.
You know, a spokesperson from the Congress was supposed to join us on this broadcast, but once we shifted the topic from the Enforcement Directorate to the presidential elections because the Prime Minister's live, they decided they won't join us. And that also shows how this election has been so embarrassing for the Congress, for the opposition, and brought out very starkly all that is wrong with the opposition and the Congress's strategy, Rahul Srivastava, when they're trying to take on the BJP with the kind of planning this BJP is doing.
I think, Rahul, very embarrassing for the Congress. I think it's a big moment for the Congress because it's the first time that the Congress, or I think maybe the second time, but the Congress had no say as far as picking the presidential or the vice presidential candidate is concerned. Yashwant Sinha picked by Mamta Banerjee and TRS, and you had Margaret Alba picked by Sharad Pawar and Sitaram Yechuri. I think that indicates the slide of the Congress, that it is not part of the decision making of the opposition. It is others who are setting the tone, that for president's election, it is Mamta Banerjee who takes the lead. Say, for example, even look at this act that Mamta Banerjee has declared already a tribal day, that the state will be celebrating. She realizes that there is something that the BJP has achieved. She needs to do a political counter. I think the Congress is a very sorry state today, because I think at least in decision making, the Congress could have had a say, and that could have helped the party retain its principal opposition space, I think, which is losing very fast. I think Mamta Banerjee, Arvind Kejriwal and others are eating away at the Congress's space very, very quickly.
But they don't even know what's going on. They don't know how to counter it, and they're being hit by a force which they simply cannot deal with at this moment. I want to go across to Paulami Saha. She's at Draupadi Murmu's residence at this moment, smiling pictures of the victorious party. Draupadi Murmu in this white and blue sari, all set to become India's next president, receiving congratulations at this moment from the BJP president and the Prime Minister. What are you picking up from the ground, Paulami?
Right, Rahul, the Prime Minister, of course, just went in a short while ago into the residence. Just moments ago, in fact, he arrived over here at the residence of Draupadi Murmu. He was received by BJP President JP Nadda, who was already here. And, of course, he's gone in to congratulate Draupadi Murmu. And as you can see, there is, of course, arrangement which has been made over here at the residence. This shamiana, which has been put up, this tent which has been put up, where Draupadi Murmu, in a short while from now, after a few of those dignitaries personally congratulate her, will be officially and publicly felicitated by the party and party karyakartas and members of parliament and others who will be arriving over here. And it had gone up a short while ago, which basically says Abhinandan Navnirvachit Mananiya Rashtrapati Srimati Droupadi Murmu. So the BJP was already very confident, and these are banners that we've seen across Lutyens, Delhi, central Delhi today as well, which basically already anticipated this victory for Draupadi Murmu, and the BJP is pulling out all stops, Rahul, in order to ensure that this momentous occasion is marked in history books when India, of course, gets its first tribal president.
What are you picking up about these cross votes? the fact that 104 MLAs, 17 MPs cross-voted, that's a big number. In some of the states like Assam, Madhya Pradesh, Maharashtra, you've got more than a dozen MLAs cross-voting. That's a big number. It's not just in the ones and the twos. These are big numbers of cross-voting MLAs.
That's right. You know, the BJP had anticipated that there will be some amount of cross-voting because there were already murmurs, in fact, of that earlier. In fact, when the polling happened as well, and I was just going through the Prime Minister's tweets as well. The Prime Minister has, of course, congratulated Draupadi Murmu as she, of course, in fact, registered this victory for herself. But as far as cross-voting goes, Rahul, they had, of course, anticipated that there will be some amount of cross-voting. But today, of course, they were very surprised. At least that's what the BJP is claiming. We will have to eventually see the results as they are after they are officially declared how many MPs and how many MLAs from each state assembly and how do they vote. But as far as the MP votes were concerned, a top source told me, for instance, that they, out of the number of votes that were cast, 748 were declared to be valid and 15 others invalid. So 763, in fact, were the number of votes polled as far as Parliament was concerned in these elections. They had hoped to get 523. What Draupadi Murmu got was 540. That's 17 more MPs. So if you consider, even if you consider those 15 invalid votes and say a couple of those votes are BJP's votes, so the BJP trained its MPs real hard and its MLAs real hard to ensure that their votes are not considered to be valid. They know which ink to use, which pen to use, how to mark, etc., etc. Even if we consider that a few of those 15 invalid votes are from the Bharatiya Janata Party, that means they were anticipating 523, but a few would be invalid, which means, but they got 540, which means the figure could be more than 17 in terms of the number of MPs that cross-voted. Now that is a mind-boggling figure because the number that was doing the rounds was about 8 or 9. But BJP claims that we had calculated 523, we got 540, that's 17 MPs of the opposition camp that have cross-voted in Draupadi Murmu's favour. So there is going to be a lot of dissection of these results as they come in, especially with the state legislative assemblies. They were, of course, hoping big time on the third round of counting, which is, of course, the second set of states after the first 10 were counted. The second state of states being big states for BJP, Maharashtra, Karnataka, and, of course, they were hoping that they will, Madhya Pradesh, they were hoping that they will secure victory after that, which is when, of course, Draupadi Murmu technically crossed the halfway mark. Punjab being the only state which was not voting for Draupadi Murmu in that. In the last round, where counting is still underway, only Tamil Nadu and Rajasthan is where they're hoping, they're anticipating that it will not vote in their favour. But clearly, these are big states, and if there has been this amount of cross-voting, this is a worrying sign for the opposition, really, because the opposition now has to try and decipher as to how exactly is it that they couldn't get the number of votes, given that they all came together in order to announce Yashwant Sinha's name. But then we've seen the chins already over there. Aam Aadmi Party did not attend those meetings, those two meetings that were called by Mamata Banerjee to declare Yashwant Sinha as the contender for the race. Aam Aadmi Party did not come to those meetings, and eventually, grudgingly, they did declare their support for Yashwant Sinha. But what eventually happened, that remains to be seen. When no whip was issued in this election, the BJP, of course, is now mocking it and saying, well, a lot of MPs and MLAs went out there and voted with their conscience. Rahul.
Okay, this conscience clearly got them to cross-vote, and that is something which the BJP would be mighty excited about. But that again is something that the opposition will need to introspect on. The Prime Minister is at the residence of India's new President, Draupadi Murmu. I've got some posts put out by the President. We've got posts put out by the Prime Minister. I'll take you through some of those. Let me read to you what the President of India, Ramnath Kovind, has said. Heartiest congratulations and best wishes to Srimati Draupadi Murmu on being elected India's 15th President. Prime Minister Modi said at a time when 1.3 billion Indians are marking Azadi Ka Amrit Mahotsav, a daughter of India hailing from a tribal community born in a remote part of eastern India has been elected our president. Congratulations, Draupadi Murmu. I'd like to thank those MPs and MLAs across party lines who supported our candidate. Her record victory augurs well for democracy. So that is from Prime Minister Modi. Rahul Gandhi has tweeted moments before now to say, congratulations and best wishes to Srimati Droupadi Murmu on being elected India's 15th president. I'm being told that Supriya Srinit of the Congress party is now with us on this broadcast. We'll go across to her in just a moment. And I just want to also clarify before we start that she says that the camera crew didn't reach her, which is why she wasn't able to join us, not because she didn't want to talk about candidate Murmu winning this election, but these are festivities breaking out different parts of the country, different parts of the capital, where you've got the BJP out on the streets celebrating the victory of candidate Murmu. Supriya now joins us. Supriya, welcome. You've got Rahul Gandhi coming out and congratulating candidate Murmu, but this is also where it's very clear that this presidential election has shown all that's wrong with the opposition strategy in dealing with the BJP. The BJP picked an Adivasi tribal woman from the east. The Congress and the opposition picked Yashwant Sinha, a long-time BJP leader who criticized the Congress party at various occasions as your candidate. And even today, 104 MLAs cross-voting, 17 MPs cross-voting. What do you make of the mess the opposition finds itself in, Supriya?
No, first up, I do want to reassert that your crew did not reach. There was a communication error. I was very willing to join. In fact, I'm joining your rival channel at 9 p.m. exactly on this topic. I want to state that
sure, I accept that. Thank you.
You know, 15th President of India, of course, we'll get around to congratulating her. And why won't we? She is going to be my president as well. But we live in a democracy, and I think everybody has a right to contest every election, whether it's a Panchayat Raj election or it's an election to India's highest office, being the first citizen. We are happy that she comes from a humble background. We are very happy there'll be a tribal woman representation in Rashtrapati Bhavan, but that doesn't stop us from opposing an ideology that the BJP stands for. And because she's also going to be my president, I do urge her that she's really going to look into how this government is systematically going about annihilating the rights of life and livelihood for tribals. The bill that's lying in parliament, which will need her consent, I hope as India's first tribal woman president, she is going to put an end to what the BJP is trying to do. I was also hearing while you were discussing the opposition, and yes, there has been cross-voting. I'm not going to deny that. I don't think the opposition came around on this one as one single unit. I think it has to do with the fact that she comes from a tribal background. There are tribal chief ministers who would have obviously gone ahead and supported her. Now, to your question, why are we supporting Yashwant Sinha, who's criticized the Congress on multiple occasions? He's been a BJP finance minister, and he's calling them out every single day, because every sane individual in this country, if you believe in India more than you believe in the power of the two gentlemen trying to run this country, you will call them out. And that's what Yashwant Sinha is doing. I think every force in this country which wants to oppose the ideology that the Bharatiya Janata Party and the RSS wants to stand for has to come together. We could not be successful this time around, but we live in optimism.
No, but take for example the fact that the Trinamool Congress has said this evening that they will not back Margaret Alva for vice president. You simply don't forget trying to fight the 2024 elections as one united opposition. You can't even come together and deciding who will be the vice presidential candidate. The TMC doesn't want to have any truck with the Congress on this.
No, Rahul. I think we need to step back and realize that a 2024 general election is very different from a presidential campaign, or for that matter, the vice president's election. A vice president's election, there's very little at stake, so to say. But a 2024 general election is going to be fought all across the country, and there are glaring issues that we want to fight together, against the Modi government. I also want to make one thing very clear here. There was something that was being talked about symbolism before I joined in. I want to understand, we had a Dalit president, Shri Ramnath Kovind ji, who's now demitting office. How well off are Dalits after he had taken over than before? Dalits in this country are subject to the most gruesome atrocities under his nose, under this government's regime. So let's not get carried away with symbolism. At a time, we were trying to elect Draupadi Murmu ji to India's highest office. A tribal woman was being burnt alive in Madhya Pradesh. Tribals were being beaten up. They were denied their life to live and livelihood. So let's not get carried away with symbolism, because symbolism carries your vote so far, no further. How are Dalits today better off after 5 years of Shri Kovind? I would want to ask.
Okay, let me put that question to Aparajita Sarangi. How are Dalits better off because of the presence of a Dalit as president? How will tribals benefit because of the presence of a tribal as a president? You know, but the point that Rahul Srivastava was making was very important, Supriya, which is that this helps, for example, mobilize in parts of Orissa where the BJP hasn't done well, political momentum in favor of the BJP. It's also got the likes of Mamata Banerjee having to announce a tribal day because they realize the power of this idea. You're dismissing that symbolism, but in that political symbolism is the BJP believes lies its future.
Have I lost you? Is it my turn to speak?
Yes, you can, Supriya. I was talking about how everyone now wants to be pro-tribals because of that symbolism, and you're dismissing the power of that symbolism.
Yeah, no, everybody wants to be pro-tribals only in the name of being in pro-tribals, because this government, through the Forest Rights Act and the amendments that are being made to it, are even leaving final approvals that will affect the ease of living for tribals, for Adivasis and Dalits in forest areas. So let's not talk about who's trying to do what about tribals. There is an August 2009 amendment, there's a 2006 Forest Rights Act, which the government needs to adhere to. The reason why I say about symbolism is, if you think Srimati Droupadi Murmu's election is going to get the BJP's boat sailing in Odisha, then we've got something other coming on our hands, quite frankly. I mean, politics is, yes, symbolism to an extent, but it doesn't carry you any further. Are you telling me if they had elected a Tamil president, the BJP would have won Tamil Nadu? Not in this lifetime for them. Not in this lifetime can they win Kerala. Not in this lifetime can they win
at this moment, Supriya, it's a fact of politics that there is a brighter chance of the BJP doing better in Tamil Nadu or in a state like Telangana than the Congress. In the way
I'm actually quite surprised. I'm quite surprised that you really believe that the BJP can do better than us in Tamil Nadu.
Without the DMK, take the DMK's crutches away. Take the DMK's crutches away. Take the DMK's crutches away. Most Congress leaders would struggle to save their deposits.
I object to the word crutches, first of all, and I want to put it up front. I object to the word crutches. There are no crutches in politics. There are allies. Just like we ally with some people, the BJP allies with the others. They've done it in,
Let me get Rahul Srivastava in on this. Rahul, okay, just one second. Let me get another perspective on this. Supriya Srinath says that there's a brighter chance of the Congress coming back to power on its own in Tamil Nadu than the BJP doing better, or even a state like Telangana where the BJP is clearly the principal opponent. No, one second. Let's hear from Rahul. I'm coming.
Rahul,
I think you said that.
No, I did not. Rewind. What did I say? Do not call allies crutches. Are you telling me that the BJP can do better than the Congress in Tamil Nadu? It's a huge no. Are you telling me?
No, I'm not saying that. I'm saying going forward, the BJP's graph in most states, given the way that the Congress is at this moment, the BJP's graph is likely in states like Telangana.
If that's your ground report, then you need to review your ground reportage.
Well, I'm only reporting on the elections as I have no personal axe to grind against anyone. I'm only reporting on the elections as they've been happening over the last several years and the trend as it shows at this moment. And probabilistically, let's listen to Rahul Srivastava. Rahul, yes.
See, Rahul, I think there are troubles for the BJP in a state like Tamil Nadu because of the Brahminical and several other issues that the BJP had. But there is an example called West Bengal where 10 years ago the BJP was nowhere. But you have a BJP which is now the principal opposition and you have virtually no Congress inside the assembly. Rahul, the point here is when we are talking about symbolism, Rahul, we have Congress made three presidents in fact, who were from the minority. Do you think it was done because that nothing will happen to the minorities? The Congress brought Mr. K.R. Narayanan as the President of India. He was a Dalit. You mean to say that Congress's effort never did anything for the country? Congress brought in Pratibha Patil ji as the first woman President of India. You mean to say that after that the lot of the women never improved? I think we should not weigh on the scales of what people got with what the symbolism was. I think if Zakir Hussain, Zail Singh, Fakhruddin Ali Ahmed, Pratibha Patil and K.R. Narayanan were strong symbols to the people of this country that constitution works in this country.
No, but
I think Draupadi
I don't
Murmu
see
is
why
also
Supriya
a
is
very
in denial.
significant
Symbolism is an important part of politics. It's a reality. Why deny the obvious? You've done it in the past. What was Pratibha Patil? She wasn't the best person suited to be president. You picked her for certain reasons.
I don't think it's either right up to you or for me to comment on people who've been the first citizens of this country, whether they were right or not. Just like I'm not going to make my comments about Draupadi Murmu ji now that she's elected. But I do want to say, I'm not denying symbolism. All that I'm saying is symbolism takes you this far and no further. I mean, if you are telling me that the lot of tribals are going to now stand with Mr. Modi, then we really are, talking about two different parallel universes that we are perhaps traversing. Absolutely, symbolism is important in politics, and a lot. It's a big deal. But to say that BJP is going to win Odisha because Srimati Draupadi Murmu has been made president.
Okay, we've got live images now of candidate Murmu, soon to be our president, out with the Prime Minister and with the BJP president. They're doing their namaste. She's looking delighted. It's the biggest day of her life, as you can quite imagine. To come from a very remote Santhal tribal village to now be set to be India's president, she is delighted. Her name was Rahul in the reckoning last time round as well. The Prime Minister's left. JP Nadda, the BJP president, is escorting him out. Draupadi Murmu's gone back. It's interesting how they're being careful about protocol. She didn't come to the car as she may have last week to see off the Prime Minister. She's gone back in. The BJP president coming out. A small detail there. But Rahul Srivastava, she was in the reckoning last time. It didn't come out. But this time they went for her and they picked her.
Yes, I think last time around the BJP was looking at UP elections. Definitely her name did the rounds. Very importantly, what you notice, also the Prime Minister gesture to her that she can now go back and then only he will leave. So already the protocol is in place. Rahul, but very interesting point, she comes from a village, and to study further in Bhubaneswar, she virtually walked Rahul. That school where she went to study, the Ramadevi Inter College, did not have a pakka floor. It did not have a concrete floor. It had a kacha floor, and the building was in a very dilapidated state. Things have changed. But I think...
Is this the first time there's been this big song and dance to accompany someone becoming the president or winning the election that day?
Yes.
Did it happen with
not so much. No, I think the BJP didn't, like JP Nadda taking a road show, Prime Minister coming in like this. Before the results are announced, I think the BJP is trying to drive the point home.
Their ability to turn anything into a spectacle.
This is the swagger of a winner.
The swagger of a winner, and to turn it into a moment. If there's no Nach Gana happening, then it's not quite as dramatic. If you've got all the bells and whistles, the songs and the dances, it becomes a TV moment. And this is not just India Today television where this is being watched. Whether it's a regional channel in Orissa or West Bengal or a Hindi channel, you're being watched across, and that messaging is going through, including the fact that the Prime Minister is telling the President to walk back as he goes back to his car. So these little details being noticed. And look at that smile. Rahul Srivastava, she's beaming from ear to ear. She's delighted as she gets all set to be India's next president. And you got Dharmendra Pradhan, who comes from Orissa, right at the back, and he's the man the BJP will be able to lead them to power in that battle against Naveen Patnaik.
She's got her task cut out, Rahul, because she's a very simple lady. She's very quiet, but when she gets talking, she talks very well. She's a great cook. And I've had the pleasure of going to her house once.
What did she cook for you?
She cooked some very ordinary bhaji which they cook in that part of the world. And she was very happy to feed us. And because, Draupadi Murmu, as a politician, used to be on the sideline. She never tried to, I think that's also from the region she comes from. I think the tribals have a very quiet demeanor. And Draupadi Murmu symbolizes that.
But she's been governor of Jharkhand, and therefore she has the closest thing to being president is being a governor.
Yes,
so you have a broad sense of your official responsibilities. They're feeding each other laddus. and Rahul and I are beginning now to feel a little hungry. But being governor comes close in many ways to being president, and therefore she has some grooming for this responsibility.
I think the constitutional propriety, I think that's very critical for a president, that it knows how to, the president, why governor knows how to deal with the government, a state government though, bills which are passed on to the governor for clearances, for appointments at various levels. Definitely the governorship gives you an internship into what a president's job is, but I think it's a very critical job. And I think again, Rahul, I will say the opposition missed the trick. Sometime before UP elections, the NDA had 48.5% votes as far as the entire collegium is concerned. The opposition could have started working then, got people like the BJD and others to join their narrative and push the candidate. Supriya was right in saying that the presidency is a very critical job. Imagine if there was an opposition president, what could have been the political scenario in this country? I think the opposition really missed the trick.
No, but it's much tougher to cobble together a consensus around a candidate when you're up against somebody who's already 48 plus. Then you just need a little bit more, 1.5% to 2% more is enough to take you through. For the opposition to come together really requires the kind of political skill and maneuvering which we haven't seen this opposition being capable of. I'm going to slip into a quick break as they feed each other these laddus. It's now very clear that Draupadi Murmu will be India's 15th president at a time when 17 MPs, 104 MLAs cross-voted. That's the other big story coming out of these presidential elections. More details coming up on the other side. You're watching the News Track.
आ गई? कैसा रहा दिन?
बहुत अच्छा।
कोई वीडियो गेम कवर करने गई थी ना?
वीडियो गेम नहीं माँ, e-sports।
E-sports?
माँ, e-sports is just like any other competitive sport. इसमें ना वो सब फीलिंग्स है जो किसी भी और स्पोर्ट्स में है। इसमें इमोशन है, इसमें एंगर है, इसमें सैडनेस है, इसमें हैप्पीनेस है, इसमें कमराडरी है। ये सिर्फ गेम नहीं, ये ई स्पोर्ट्स का प्रीमियर लीग ESPL है।
You are watching India Today.
From Rairangpur to Rashtrapati Bhavan, Draupadi Murmu's journey has been remarkable. A Santhal tribal, Murmu rose from the grassroots, where she was a hard-working, industrious MLA and earned rich administrative experience as a minister in the Patnaik-led coalition government in Orissa in the year 2000. Here's all you need to know about India's 15th president.
Rairangpur in Mayurbhanj district of Odisha is proud to be the town that witnessed the rise of Draupadi Murmu. She worked here as a teacher before becoming a councillor, an MLA, a minister, and then governor. More than 280 kilometers from the capital of Odisha, this is where she built her life after her elder son passed away. Her people are overjoyed. Havans followed by dance and sweets, the proud village is basking in Murmu's feet.
She is a lady with a heart. On the one side, she is an iron lady. She would like to take strong action in one hand. In other, she would talk very politely and very compassionately with the public.
Draupadi Murmu's brother Tarini Sen Tudu lives in her house in Rairangpur while the rest of the family keeps visiting. Her brother is excited about attending the swearing-in ceremony.
सेलिब्रेशन तो हम लोग तैयारी में है, लड्डू वड्डू बटा जाएगा और नाच उच भी होगा ट्रेडिशनल का। अगर जीत जाती है तो हम तो जरूर उसका ये मैं आऊँगा ओथ में।
वो लाइक एनी अदर मदर, कभी कभी स्ट्रिक्ट भी है, कभी कभी सॉफ्ट भी है, और शी इज like any other mother.
In the school where she worked as a teacher between 1994 and 1997, she is remembered fondly as Didi, or elder sister.
रूल रेगुलेशन भी करूथिले आ समस्तनकर सहित भलो संपर्क भी रहउतिला आ छोटे छोटे छुआ मन को भी भलो व्यवहार भी करूथिले समस्त स्टाफ मान का सहित भी भलो सब संपर्क रहितला लोक मान का सहित भी भलो सुख संपर्क रहितला.
The school premises that we see over here is also testimony to the fact that before 1997, before she became an elected representative, she was a teacher. And the school is still here, students are here, the school has expanded, its classes are still on. However, what is not over here is Draupadi Murmu, who was a teacher, and she used to teach all these subjects in this middle school.
Nearly half an hour drive away is the village where Draupadi Murmu was born. Uparbeda village has changed since her childhood. The school she studied in has grown to become a high school with smart classes. Back in the 60s, it was only a primary school.
Draupadi Murmu had to leave the village of Uparbeda. The reason was that the school that she went to in this particular village was a primary one. That means it was there till class 5. And that is the reason why she had to leave for Bhubaneswar for further studies. In 2022, things have completely changed over here in this particular village of Uparbeda.
Draupadi Murmu's native house is a well-constructed one compared to the Kacha house of the neighborhood. Decorated like never before for the auspicious occasion. Murmu's extraordinary journey is now the new folklore, which will inspire generations of Adivasis and common citizens. With Suragni Roy in Mayurbhanj, Bureau Report, India Today.
Here's wishing Draupadi Murmu all the best for her stint as India's 15th President. Rajdeep Sardesai is all mic'd up and he comes to you with news today on the other side of a very quick break. Stay with us.
इस समय पूरी दुनिया में लोग कंफ्यूज्ड हैं। वो समझ नहीं पा रहे हैं क्या सही है, क्या गलत है, क्या सच है, क्या झूठ है। और ये स्पष्टता हम आपको अपने इस नए शो में देंगे। सब कुछ ब्लैक एंड व्हाइट में बताएंगे। इस शो में मेरे बालों के अलावा कुछ ग्रे नहीं होगा। हर खबर ब्लैक एंड व्हाइट की तरह बिल्कुल स्पष्ट होगी।
A fandom war has erupted over India Today magazine's latest cover, and locked in battle here are fans of two superstars from the south who recently made it quite big globally with their record-breaking box office revenues for their recently released films. We're talking about none other than Pushpa fame Allu Arjun and Bahubali fame Prabhas. Allu Arjun shot to pan-India fame and attention with Pushpa The Rise. His appearance on India Today's cover page demonstrates the rise of southern Indian cinema. Allu Arjun's latest video hit over 5 billion views, a record-breaking feat for any Indian actor. This surely implicates that he is the front-runner in the South industry who's risen to fame exponentially. On the other hand, Prabhas had also made it to India Today's cover page back in May 2017. Well, now the comparison of both the cover pages by fans of both stars have sparked quite a row on social media. The war is all about which of these heroes have bigger pan-India fame and presence. Prabhas's fans say that his cover was more organic. The Prabhas Viral magazine issue was released titled Epic Blockbuster. Remember, Bahubali has raked up over 1,800 crores in revenues globally. So clearly Prabhas was the man of the season at that point. 2017 when Bahubali released, Prabhas was certainly the man to be on the cover page. And this time, India Today decided to have Allu Arjun on the cover page of the India Today magazine. And he was shot in his typical Pushpa Raj style. Well, of course, this hasn't gone down well with Prabhas's fans. Many of Prabhas's fans on social media put out messages saying Allu Arjun's cover was just a mere PR stunt, while Prabhas's cover of 2017 was a lot more organic. Quickly, Allu Arjun fans jumped in saying that this is just some kind of jealousy that they could smell because Allu Arjun's cover has gained a lot of traction. So we see Allu's fans and Prabhas's fans fighting with each other on whose India Today magazine cover was more organic and was more a PR stunt. Both set of fans exchanging words here, but one thing's for sure, both the stars are equally important and are equally glorious. Well, what we do know is that Southern stars in the recent past has grabbed the world's attention with their stupendous success in films. And of course, India Today magazine will continue to feature those superstars from the South who's really made India proud. Do watch out.
You are watching India Today.
Make your media plan smarter with India Today Live TV on your connected devices.
You are watching India Today.
Presented by Aditya Birla Capital. Co-presented by Star Health Insurance, the health insurance specialist.
Good evening, hello and welcome. You're with the news today, your primetime destination. News, newsmakers, talking points tonight. It's the day of history because India has got its 15th president, Draupadi Murmu. India's first Adivasi president is our top focus. Also, the Enforcement Directorate has questioned Sonia Gandhi. Is it vendetta or rule of law? P. Chidambaram, among others, will be joining me tonight. But first, the 9 headlines at 9 this Thursday night. Draupadi Murmu becomes India's 15th president, gets 69% votes after 3 rounds of counting. Prime Minister Modi meets Murmu, congratulates her as celebrations break out in her home village in Odisha. Opposition is split wide open over the election now of the vice president. The TMC decides to abstain from voting for Margaret Alva. Mamta's party says it's furious on not being consulted over Alva's nomination. Sonia Gandhi's Enforcement Directorate grilling in the National Herald case concludes for the day. She will be summoned again on July 25th. Congress protests across the country. Shocking immolation of a seer who protests against illegal mining at the revered hills linked to Lord Krishna in Rajasthan. The BJP uses it to attack the Gehlot government. A Bajrang Dal activist is stabbed by 13 men in Madhya Pradesh's Agar for allegedly supporting Nupur Sharma. A case of attempt to murder and rioting is registered. Delhi Lieutenant Governor denies Chief Minister Kejriwal permission to visit Singapore for the 8th World Cities Summit. Kejriwal says he will go ahead with his visit on his own. Another aircraft scare as Air India flight en route Kochi from Dubai diverted to Mumbai due to a technical snag. DGCA says it's probing the matter. The Enforcement Directorate attaches 4 floors of a commercial building owned by former Aviation Minister Praful Patel. ED crackdown in connection with a money laundering case involving Iqbal Mirchi, close aide of Dawood Ibrahim. An Olympic silver medalist Mirabai Chanu eyes a gold medal in the upcoming Commonwealth Games, says she has already started advanced training in Birmingham. An India Today exclusive. But the big story this evening, Draupadi Murmu will be India's 15th president. The former Jharkhand minister and BJP leader from Odisha is the new president. She will be, as I said, India's first tribal woman president. Draupadi Murmu crossed the halfway mark a short while ago and has got a whopping 69% of votes after 3 rounds of counting. Yashwant Sinha, the opposition's candidate and former finance minister, conceded defeat. The Prime Minister has visited Ms. Murmu along with Home Minister Amit Shah, JP Nadda, and they congratulated the President-elect. 17 MPs, 104 MLAs cross-voted in this election, clearly suggesting that the opposition was split wide open as this election took place. Let's go first straight across to our correspondents. Paulomi Saha joining me live from Draupadi Murmu's Delhi residence. Suryagni Roy joins me from Rairangpur in Odisha. First to you, Paulomi. We are seeing the BJP in a celebratory mood. Prime Minister there, Home Minister JP Nadda. Clearly they want to send out a message by having the first tribal president of the country that their party is reaching out to the wider tribal community, about 11 crore tribals in this country.
Absolutely. There is definitely a very big political message as far as the BJP's choice and the NDA's choice of Draupadi Murmu was concerned. And of course, now that she is on her way into Rashtrapati Bhavan, a big momentous occasion, something that the NDA will of course go to the people and tell them about as they of course embark on the Abhinandan Yatra, as they're going to call it, over the next few days until she's sworn in as the Rashtrapati of the country, the 15th President of India. They will of course be embarking on this yatra across all booths, all mandals, in order to register this occasion and this victory of Draupadi Murmu's. We, of course, as you told our viewers, are standing inside Draupadi Murmu's residence, and that is, of course, the cavalcade of the Home Minister, who is inside right now, congratulating the President of India, the President-elect, and he's about to step out. Obviously, we're going to get this visuals on our cameras as we speak right now. The Home Minister there, of course, leaving after congratulating Draupadi Murmu. Earlier it was the Defence Minister, and the first dignitary, of course, to arrive over here was Prime Minister Modi, who was accompanied by, of course, BJP National President JP Nadda, as they congratulated Draupadi Murmu, the first dignitaries to arrive over here. As you can see already, MPs arriving over here. That's Jagdambe Kapal, that who sort of went in. Earlier it was also after Home Minister Amit Shah, we saw Union Minister Sadhvi Niranjan Jyoti as well, who had gone in right now. So clearly there is going to be a beeline of visitors that Draupadi Murmu will be receiving, as she of course savors this moment as people across the country celebrate India's first tribal president. Rajdeep.
Let me go across also to Odisha for a moment. I'm coming back to you, Paulomi, to understand how the numbers are working out. But Suryagni, predictably, this is where it all started, where you are in Odisha. Historic moment for the tribal community, for the Santals, for the people of that part of Odisha. Give us a sense of the mood there, the sense of anticipation, what you're seeing around you.
Well, Rajdeep, we all have seen the Rashtrapati Bhavan, but right now to our viewers, I'll show them once again the house of the president. This is the house where she was staying for a long, long time, ever since she came over here at Rairangpur. And this is the house where she stayed with her husband, her daughter, and her brother Tarni Sen. They stay over here. And but right now from Rairangpur, it's going to be Raisana Hill. And you know, we'll take the question that you have asked me to the localites over here, and we'll ask them directly. ये कभी सोचा था कि इस घर से निकलकर द्रौपदी मुर्मू, जिनको शायद आपने यहीं पे देखा होगा, देश की राष्ट्रपति बन सकती हैं?
सोचा तो कभी नहीं था, लेकिन जब वो डिजर्व करती हैं राष्ट्रपति कैंडिडेट,
ये सभी कहते हैं कि वो डिजर्व करती है. यहाँ पे जितने लोगों से बात की, ये क्यों है, ये बताइए.
वो बहुत स्ट्रांग लेडी है, बहुत डाउन टू अर्थ है, हर किसी से बहुत मिक्सअप रहती है, वो किसी से भी मिल जाती है. वो मतलब हर छोटे से छोटे लोगों के घर जाना, उनके फंक्शन अटेंड करना, सबके सुख दुख को समझना, मतलब she is a wonderful lady.
Approachable.
Yes, approachable.
So, you know, Rajdeep, everyone we have spoken to, irrespective of their political ideologies or the political parties they support or whatever they think about the presidential, candidates and all, everyone in this town, they have come to, they have accepted the fact that this woman, her struggles, her life, she deserves to be the president of. She deserves to be the president of the nation, and the examples that she has set by her life, her struggles, this is what everyone over here in the nook and corners of Rairangpur will speak to anyone who comes over here. We have come here for a couple of times now. The first time when we came over here to know about her, we were extremely happy to know that such a humble politician can exist. Back to you.
Right. Humility. Yes, someone who has come up the hard way, no doubt, lost 2 members of her family, 2 sons, her husband, but she stayed the course. Also with us, as I said, is Paulomi Sa. Paulomi, I want to understand the numbers game. We are being told that about 107 MLAs cross-voted. Do we have any idea who these MLAs were, which MPs? Because it seems at the moment, would I be right in saying that her victory is even higher than what was originally anticipated? Would that be right to say, Paulomi, that this is a even bigger victory than what one might have anticipated earlier?
That's right. Of course, Rashtrapati, we're going to wait for the final results to see whether indeed she has crossed even the number of votes that President Ramnath Kovind, the outgoing president, had garnered. But already, you know, as far as the 3 rounds of counting are concerned, for which results have been declared, she had already crossed with that as far as those results are concerned. 53% of the Electoral College and 69% of the total votes after third round.
And you know, we spoke to the BJP. What the BJP said, especially after the first round of counting, which is when the votes from the members of parliament were counted, there were 748 votes that were valid, considered valid, 15 that were cast but were considered invalid. So a total of 763 had been cast in this election. Sir, just one word from you, sir. How do you see this victory of Srimati Draupadi Murmu, India's first woman tribal president, sir?
The Murmu, India's first woman tribal president.
Well, it is a tectonic moment in the polity of India. A remarkable, inclusive development in the democracy of India. That a woman leader of the very marginalized tribal community, in spite of her very humble background, with a hard work, dedication, in spite of personal suffering, becomes a popular leader, socially committed for education, becomes a towering MLA, good minister, extraordinary governor, and now super extraordinary president of India.
And what is extraordinary also, Ravi Shankar ji, is that she secured more votes than were anticipated by the NDA. So clearly a lot of MLAs and MPs voted with their conscience from the opposition camp, and they cross-voted in her favor.
Remember what I said. It's a tectonic moment. I have yet to see a single news item, editorial, even by those who are against us, against her candidature. This shows again the extraordinary, inclusive approach of the Prime Minister. She hails from Eastern India. She's a tribal, northeast, and having a footprint in the entire country. Everyone is happy. All of us are happy. One small question, follow me. One small question. How does Ravi Shankar ji respond to the one criticism that is made that she will be a rubber stamp president?
The question is that during this campaign, the one criticism that was made against her was that she's going to be a rubber stamp president. How do you respond to that?
Comment on that. Rajdeep begins with something negative on the very first day. Okay? Please. What is important is the role of the president is delineated in the constitution itself. And with her vast experience for 6 years as a governor, she would be an epitome of constitution.
So she's going to be an epitome of...
Okay, so she's going to be an epitome of constitutional dignity. So thank you so much for speaking to India Today. Of course, that is the reaction that's coming in from...
We have Ravi Shankar Prasad with Paulomi suggesting this is an extraordinary moment, and in many ways it is. It is a historic moment to have India's first Adivasi president. But as the BJP carves a slice of history, is the opposition therefore been outsmarted yet again? The result was well known, but the margin is even higher than anticipated. Sudhanshu Trivedi joins me along with Shama Mohammed of the Congress. Appreciate both of you joining me. To you, Sudhanshu Trivedi first. Do you see this purely as a symbolic moment that someone from the tribal Adivasi community becomes India's first president? Is that how the BJP sees it? And therefore part of a social transformation that a group which 11 crore tribals in India you believe are represented today by Draupadi Murmu being in Rashtrapati Bhavan? Does this suggest a form of social engineering by the BJP?
Rajdeep ji, it is just not a symbolic, rather than it is a historic, epoch-making event. Because it is happening in the 75th year of independence. And if you remember whether it was Purna Swarajya, declaration by Lokmanya Tilak, or Hind Swarajya by Mahatma Gandhi, or Antyodaya by Deen Dayal ji. Now it is being realized and actualized by none other than Shri Narendra Modi, under whose leadership NDA decided that Draupadi Murmu ji will become the president of the country. So I think This is the real realization of the Swaraj in the 75th year. Now, one more thing, that there are 4 constitutional posts, 5 top constitutional posts in the country. President, Prime Minister, Lok Sabha Speaker, and Chairman of the Rajya Sabha, that is Vice President, and the Chief Justice. Now, among all the major sections of society, forward, backward, scheduled castes, scheduled tribes and minorities, now after the 75th year, no section of the society can say that I have not got the opportunity to be in any of these 4-5 top posts. So I think the true realization of the feeling of independence has come, but unfortunately this was a historical moment for Congress that they could have come. Those who become the self-proclaimed whole soul copyright holder of the independence movement, they should have come forward and said, yes, we are ready to support it. The same manner they got the opportunity 20 years back when Dr. Kalam was made the party president, the presidential candidate. He was a totally non-political person, worked with so many governments. They missed the opportunity at the time, so did they do at this time. And interestingly, one more thing I would like to add, Rajdeep. There was an era when opposition has to search for a candidate, their needle sticks on any of the ex-congressmen. Like in the case of Prime Minister Shiv Morarji Desai or the Vishwanath Pratap Singh, or in the case of President Shiv Neelam Sanjeev Reddy. Now see the paradigm shift in the Indian politics. They all searched and finally they fixed up on an ex-BJP man, that is Yashwant Sinha ji. But unfortunately, one more thing. When हमारा सोना गिरवी रखा गया था in February 91, then Yashwant Sinha ji was the finance minister with the support of Congress, and today, so both the unpleasant moment of Yashwant Sinha ji's life are somehow got attached to Congress party.
Interesting. Sudhanshu Trivedi, you have a knack of reminding people of a bit of history, which is always important and in a way interesting. But Shama Mohammad, you want to respond to that? Given what's happened, you've even got Mamta Banerjee today suggesting that she is going to declare August 9th as Tribal Day. You've had parties, including your allies like the JMM, deciding to back Draupadi Murmu. Has A, the Congress been outsmarted by the BJP, and B, maybe the Congress could have cut its losses and backed Draupadi Murmu? We could have had a consensus over the presidential nomination rather than an election which has been one-sided and only exposed the divisions in the opposition.
First and foremost, Rajdeep, let me congratulate Draupadi Murmu ji of becoming the 15th President of India. As a woman, I'm very proud of the fact that another woman has become the President. And let's not forget, the first woman President, Pratibha Patil, we are the one who selected her as the first woman President. The first Dalit President, R.K. Narayan, again from the Congress. Again, we are the one who said, he should become the President. So the Congress party has done enough. The other important point is, I just don't want this to be a symbolic decision. I mean, everybody, and I want today all of us to take a higher ground rather than bickering, why is this? Now, Dr. Trivedi said that, why didn't the Congress party support? Now, why didn't the Prime Minister come to us? The Prime Minister cannot sit on a high horse and think everybody is going to go to him. I mean, I remember Manmohan Singh ji, whenever there is an issue in Parliament, would invite Sushma Swaraj ji, would invite Arun Jaitley for a dinner to solve the issues. There was always been that sort of thing. Why is Mr. Modi always on a high horse? That is the other thing. And the third thing for me, very important, is that I really want the Adivasis, the tribals, the Dalits to come up. But I don't want this to be a symbolic decision. Why am I saying this? The Adivasis are 104 million in our country, and they have a budget in the finance around 8 to 9%. That has gone down right to 5 to 6% under Modi. They have been robbed of 114 crores right now. So that's why I'm saying, let's see what are the cases of if a Dalit has a mustache, he's shot at in Gujarat. If he rides a horse, he is, again, shot or killed. Let's remember that 121 Adivasis have been recently released from jail. And they were 5 years in jail because they were accused of killing CRPF. So why is these things happening is the question we need to understand. Okay. And also, this is what, and also today what happened is, we all know that there is a secret ballot. We don't know who's cross-voted, one. And the other thing is about the preferential voting. We know during Dr. Kalam's time, there was something, new MLAs, MPs, they didn't know what was preferential voting. So that could also be the case right now. But today, what we all need to get the higher ground And I would also tell
No,
Dr.
I'm ready to take the higher ground, but the fact is, I'm glad that politicians at times think of taking the higher ground. But I will, one moment press you, because I will ask my producer to play what Mamta Banerjee, remember Mamta Banerjee today has, okay, we will come to that in a moment, but you want to respond to that, Sudhanshu, for now? It's all very well today to say that the opposition should have also supported a Draupadi Murmu. But the Prime Minister, the Home Minister, the Defence Minister, no one approached the opposition and said, look, let's work together. And by the time they did so, it was too late. They had already got Yashwant Sinha as the candidate. You also didn't make enough of an effort to build a consensus. You had the numbers, and therefore you thought you would score a point and take the credit in a way that we have made India's first Adivasi woman the President of India. Why couldn't the Prime Minister have attempted to build a consensus, rung up Sonia Gandhi, rung up Mamta Banerjee and resolve the issue?
In this context, just I would like to add, our party and NDA has decided that our party national president, Sri JP Nadda, and Defence Minister, Sri Rajnath Singh ji, will talk to all the political leaders. And they talked. Has opposition given up their any indication? Then they kept mum. Party approached and asked, what is your view? When you kept mum, then you are expecting that when we decide, then again, like the masters, we should again approach you, sir or madam, now we are going to decide this. Do you agree to this?
Sudhanshu ji, 1 minute, sir. Sudhanshu ji, एक minute. Chronology जो मुझे पता है, the chronology I was told is Rajnath Singh ji did ring up the likes of Mamta Banerjee, did ring up the likes of Sharad Pawar, but didn't give them a name. So you ring up someone and say, look, please, when you ring up someone, had they said that Draupadi Murmu is your choice, Mamta Banerjee says she would have immediately supported her.
सर, यही तो मैं कहना चाहता हूं. उन्होंने पूछा आपका क्या विचार है, आप बताइए. मतलब अब आप ये एक्सपेक्ट करते हैं कि हम अपना कैंडिडेट बना के परमिशन मांगते.
राइट.
हम पूछ रहे हैं, उन्होंने कोई अपना कैंडिडेट बताया? कंसेंसस बना कहते साहब हमारा यह विचार है, अब तब उनकी बात के ऊपर हम विचार न करते तो ठीक है. देन एवरीबॉडी डिसाइडेड टू कीप मम. हो गई बात खत्म हो गई. अब दूसरा मैं याद दिलाना चाहता हूं, अभी शमा जी ने याद दिलाया, इन 2007 डॉक्टर कलाम वाज रेडी टू बिकम फॉर द सेकंड टर्म इफ कंसेंसस वाज देयर. बट देन व्हाट हैपेंड? Everybody was ganged up that Kalam should not get the second term. Maybe because if Kalam would have been in the office, then the clemency of Afzal Guru would not have kept in waiting for 7 years. The things would have been different. So that's why those who call up the consensus are having a totally different approach in the reality. And one more thing, there is also, you can say, a paradigm shift in the Indian society. There was one candidate who started his career as an IAS officer, Sri Yashwant Sinha. And there was one candidate who started her career as a clerk. And now, subsequently, she on her own rose to the stature gradually. Yes, Yashwant Sinha ji was also a very capable person. He grown. And finally, the people of India and the representative have decided. And one more thing, 107 MLAs believed to have done the cross-voting. Since, as Shamaji was saying, it is a confidential secret vote, so nobody can say which MLAs were there. But मुझे ऐसा लगता है कि यशवंत सिन्हा जी ने कहा था अंतरात्मा की आवाज पर वोट दो. So maybe the conscience of several MLAs and MPs have arisen awake, and they have thought that if the historical opportunity at the historical moment of 75th year has come, so they should leave apart their पार्टी प्रेजुडिसेस एंड कम ज्वाइन और इस यज्ञ में वो भी अपनी एक आहुति दे. तो हो सकता है अंतरात्मा की आवाज पर बहुत से लोगों ने कर दिया हो, क्योंकि इसमें किसी को बेनिफिट नहीं है. अगर वोट दिखा के दिया गया होता तो आप कह सकते थे बेनिफिट है. इट इज टोटली सीक्रेट, तो नोबडी कैन नो हु हैज वोटेड फॉर होम. सो इट इज प्योरली अंतरात्मा की आवाज which has finally come in favor of Draupadi Murmu.
You know, just a minute, Shama Mohammed, you know, somewhere in what Sudhanshu Trivedi is saying is a powerful narrative against that the BJP has got. In 2014, they used the narrative of Narendra Modi versus Rahul Gandhi, Chaiwala versus inheritor. Today, they are going to use the narrative with the president, someone who's a clerk, someone who has come from a small village versus Yashwant Sinha, who was an IAS officer, then of course became a finance minister, ironically in BJP governments led by the likes of Atal Bihari Vajpayee. But it's a powerful narrative. Someone who comes from the grassroots versus someone who's an IAS officer. Has the Congress, in a sense, again missed the opportunity to combat that very powerful narrative?
No, I don't agree on that at all. We have not lost any narrative. Like I said, they should have also, spoken, called up Sonia Ji, asked for a consensus. I'm sure when it's a woman, Mrs. Gandhi would not even, she's somebody who really wanted the women's reservation bill to go through. You know that we passed it in the Rajya Sabha. We couldn't do it in the Lok Sabha. And here is a man from a party, Dr. Trivedi, sitting here. Why is Mr. Modi not passing the women's reservation bill? He has a majority in the Lok Sabha, and in the Rajya Sabha, he's almost there. He could easily pass it, but he's not passing. That means he doesn't stand with women. The other thing he mentioned about is, I want to talk about Abdul Kalam. Why are you not against Hamid Ansari? I could ask you the same question. You have not even supported him for his second candidacy. Mr. Modi has accused him of treason in 2017 before the Gujarat election, along with General Kapoor and Dr. Manmohan Singh. Is that a way a former vice president has to be treated? We hear some rumors came just recently from Pakistan, and all of the BJP was ready to believe the story of this particular journalist from Pakistan. I mean, I fail to understand. Why do you go after Mr. Hamid Ansari? Is it because he's from a certain community? And those are the questions today he has to answer. And the other thing he spoke about is Yashwant Sinha from the BJP. Then I can say Himanta Biswa Sarma, the CM of Assam, is from the Congress. Why did you have him? So if you ask certain things, I can also answer back.
No, 1 minute, ma'am. 1 minute. Let's stick. No. You have to stick to what we are. Let's stick to the focus today. Today is a day, in a way, of celebration. No, 1 minute. An Adivasi woman, ma'am, just a minute. An Adivasi woman coming from where she is a powerful story. But, and there's always a but. Sudhanshu Trivedi, while it is a historic moment, the fear is that this is only symbolism, or some would call it tokenism. The truth of the matter is the Forest Rights Act, which is being passed, will give, many believe, private developers even greater powers to take land owned by Adivasis. That for all the talk that we do in TV studios and what Draupadi Murmu represents, the reality on the ground is Adivasis in several parts of the country claim that they do not get their basic land rights. Therefore, do you believe that Draupadi Murmu coming to Rashtrapati Bhavan will really change anything on the ground? That's the question, Sudhanshu Trivedi, and I want an honest answer from you on this. Ma'am, just a minute. Let him answer.
You just have to ask him about manual scavengers.
Let him answer, ma'am.
Honestly.
Manual scavengers.
Please let him answer, ma'am.
If you remember, as governor of Jharkhand.
Please let him answer. No, please let him answer. Yes, go ahead.
Rajdeep ji, I will give a totally honest answer. As governor of Jharkhand, she has posed her opposition on the two bills passed by our own government, by a BJP government. And because of her stand, our government of Jharkhand has to change our decision. So this shows that our government as well as Draupadi Murmu ji are having firm conviction as far as the rights of tribals are concerned. Maybe there may be a difference of opinion, but finally we agreed what the governor has done with a respect towards the constitutional authority. Now, it is not just symbolism. I would like to remind when the tribal ministry was formed during Vajpayee ji's government. And not only this, if I ask you, the biggest organization working in the tribal areas is which organization? It is Vanvasi Kalyan Ashram, which is considered an RSS affiliate. The biggest schools run for tribals are Ekal Vidyalaya, that is run by the RSS affiliate Ekal Vidyalaya organization. This we are doing since 75 years. So what Modi ji has done in strict accordance with our well thought of ideology for the upliftment both from the grassroots as well as the symbol as well as the respect and symbolism both together. It's not just the one thing are doing. Otherwise, during the previous regime, Adivasis were either under the clutches of missionaries or under the clutches of Naxalites. If Vanvasi Kalyan Ashram would have been not there, I think the entire Adivasis would have been converted. So that's the real thing done, and Modi ji has reflected the real spirit of our ideology and thinking process.
I want to put just a minute. I want to put before the viewers a reality, a fact. In the last elections, 47 seats reserved for scheduled tribes. The BJP won 31. We often see the BJP politically as a Brahman Baniya party, but that has changed. And the rise of Draupadi Murmu or her ascent to Rashtrapati Bhavan will be seen as part of the BJP or the new BJP under Modi Shah trying to redraw the BJP's social composition. But whether she will be a rubber stamp president, whether she will actually assert herself if tomorrow there is a bill which is against tribal rights as she did in Jharkhand, those are questions that remain to be answered. I appreciate both my panelists joining me on a day which, as I keep saying, is a day when a slice of history has been scripted with India's first tribal president. Sudhanshu Trivedi, Shama Mohammad, thank you very much for joining me here on the news today. Now, that was one big story that took place today. The other big story played out right through the day because the Enforcement Directorate's summons to an ailing Sonia Gandhi has spurred the grand old party's leaders to declare war on the BJP. Congress netas and workers hit the streets across the country, staging protests against Sonia Gandhi's ED grilling. What happened? Take a look.
Arson, burning of vehicles, street protests and fury. Massive face-off with cops. Barricade breaking. And rail roko stir by Congress workers. Images which define Congress's Satyagraha march against party chief Sonia Gandhi's grilling by the ED in National Herald scam case. Streets of the national capital witnessed Congress loyalists' big dangal. Similar chaotic scenes played out in several cities as Congress workers went on a rampage, citing centre's vendetta.
तमाम राज्यसभा और लोकसभा के सांसद निकल पड़े हैं। संसद से सड़क तक कोशिश है आवाज अपनी पहुंचाने की।
Carrying large banners saying stop misuse of ED, Congress leaders even held protests inside the Parliament complex. Amid widespread protests, Sonia Gandhi reached the ED office a little after noon, accompanied by her children Priyanka and Rahul Gandhi. After Congress President's request, the ED allowed Priyanka to stay in the premises with medicines. ED sources say that Sonia was even allowed to leave early if she felt unwell. Her lawyer, however, was not allowed during questioning. India Today exclusively accessed ED's line of questioning for Sonia Gandhi. Her links with Young Indian Limited and 38% stake in company were asked by ED. She was also questioned on the charity work done by Young Indian and money trail linked to Associated Journals Limited. The Congress Supremo was allowed to go home after 3 hours of grilling. She will likely be summoned again on Monday. Sonia Gandhi's grilling comes a month after Rahul's multiple grillings in the same case, which saw similar Congress street fury. Bureau Report, India Today.
Let's go straight across then to former Union and Finance and Home Minister, Senior Congress leader P. Chidambaram, who was among those who hit the street today. Appreciate you joining us, Mr. Chidambaram. You courted arrest against Sonia Gandhi being questioned by the Enforcement Directorate. There will be those who will say that all of this by the Congress party amounts to interference with the due process of law. That how do you respond to the criticism that the Congress is doing street satyagrahas rather than allowing the due process of law to carry forward in this case of National Herald?
That's complete rubbish argument. The ED is not following the due process of law. Why are you supporting the ED and saying that they are following the due process of law and we are interfering with the due process of law? They are not following any process of law and they are protesting. Kindly listen to me. They are protesting against the misuse of the PMLA and misuse.
No, You can protest the way, you can certainly protest, but you can protest possibly in a court of law, not on the street. Because the reason I'm asking you, Mr. Chidambaram, all of this is because the Enforcement Directorate is now saying that the move to probe the Gandhis was initiated last year itself after the ED registered a fresh case under the criminal provisions of the Prevention of Money Laundering Act after a trial court in Delhi took cognizance of an income tax department investigation. So they claim they are following up on what they did last year with that complaint.
Well, it's obvious that you have not read the PMLA, which is the income tax violation, which is a scheduled offense under the PMLA. There is no provision of the income tax, if violated, will become a scheduled offense on the PMLA. So keep the income tax angle out. What else is it? Otherwise, it is simply a case of alleged cheating and alleged breach of trust. Now, who is being cheated? Who has complained that I have been cheated? Who has complained that I entrusted money to Mrs. Gandhi or anyone else and there is a breach of trust? Do you even know the name of the complainant? What did the complainant do? The complainant made a complaint. He was being cross-examined by the other side's lawyer. And after 2 or 3 days of cross-examination, the complainant moved the High Court and got a stay of his own case. So without knowing the facts, the background,
Mr. Chidambaram,
believe whatever the ED says. It is this attitude of the media which believes everything that the UP police says. In the Mohammed Zahir case,
Mohammed Zubair
believes everything that the Delhi police says. In Sharjeel Imam's case, which believes everything that the Delhi police case, in Siddiq Kapan's case. And these people are languishing in jail, which is why in the last 15 days, there have been 2 judgments and a major statement by the Chief Justice of India saying all this is an abuse of power.
We'll come to that in a moment about abuse of power, but the facts, let's stick to the facts, Mr. Chidambaram. A Delhi trial court in 2014 had said there was prima facie wrongdoing in the entire National Herald deal, and the ED now says, therefore, they are trying to find answers to questions that they claim form the core of their investigation, in particular, how the Congress party paid over rupees 90 crores to Associate Journal Limited. They want to track the root of their money and say this is part of the investigation. They've not charge-sheeted Sonia Gandhi yet. Are we saying, therefore, that Sonia Gandhi cannot even be questioned, not be subject to questioning, is the argument the government, the ED makes today?
Nobody says that. What are you investigating? For the last 10, 12, 15 years, this transaction between Associated Journal and Young India has been recorded, one, in the return filed by both companies before the Registrar of Companies, in the income tax returns, and in the audited balance sheet of both companies. So there are 3 sets of documents going back to 12, 15, 16 years, where this transaction has been recorded. So what are you investigating? Just open those balance sheets and returns file and find out whatever you want to find out. Are you suggesting that the ED does not know to read a balance sheet or a return of income or a return to the Registrar of Companies?
Mr. P. Chidambaram, what you are saying is, some would argue, is prejudging the line of questioning of ED, the nature of their investigation. You've been one of the country's top lawyers. You know that the Enforcement Directorate may well have its own line of questioning based on what they claim are documents available to them. Why not wait till this process is complete without hitting the street, without suggesting at this stage itself that this entire process is driven only by political vendetta and nothing else?
We are not prejudging the case. We are judging the ED by its past conduct, present conduct, and how the conduct has worsened year after year, month after month, day after day. any comment on any case is prejudging. So yesterday, Justices Chandrachud and his fellow judges prejudged the case of Mohammed Zahid.
Mohammed Zubair.
They are making a judgment. This is not a prejudgment. You have the facts before you. You judge. And I'm telling you the facts. Have you looked at the balance sheets of the two companies? Have you looked at the returns filed by the two companies under the Income Tax Act? We are not prejudging. We are judging. I'm saying so. We are making a judgment of the case.
But Mr. Chidambaram, there are those today who will say that the Enforcement Directorate has ironically been empowered with special powers to arrest the accused and self-incriminate during interrogation based on changes in the provisions of the PMLA that were made when you were the finance minister of the country. And that today is being used to target individuals like Sonia Gandhi. Do you concede that argument or not?
Again, monumental ignorance. Please go back and find out what amendments were made in which year. I mean, without knowing any fact, you are coming on television and asking questions. Which amendment was made which year? In fact, I introduced provisions which built some safeguards. And now subsequently, the BJP government has amended the PMLA twice or thrice in the last 8 years and made it almost impossible for anyone to defend himself in a fair manner. Therefore, all that is subject to a judgment of the Supreme Court, which is expected any day. It is sub judice, so I don't want to go into all that. But please don't ask questions without studying the document, without studying the law, without getting to know the facts.
You know, Mr. Chidambaram, the fact is you can, you have every right to defend in a way your leadership. But are we now saying that this entire exercise that has taken place, where several Congress leaders have been questioned over the last few months, is only designed to fix the Gandhi family? Are we saying here that the process is the punishment? Is that your charge? That your claim is simply to keep the Gandhi family in some way or the other hanging over these money laundering charges? Is that what your claim is?
Why did Chief Justice Ramana, who was a lawyer for 17 years and a judge for 22 years, make this anguished statement that the process is the punishment? In case after case,
that was not
the process is the punishment. Now, therefore,
that was not the Sonia case.
Without asking these fundamental questions. Now, let me ask you a fundamental question. You are a layman. Let us assume that all your viewers are laymen. What is money laundering? Money must change from hand A to hand B. That is money laundering, isn't it? First of all, there must be an exchange of money. A must give money to B. Now tell me, since you seem to be holding a brief for the ED, tell me who has given 1 rupee to whom? Show me one name of the giver and one name of the receiver. This Young India is a Section 25 company. Nobody can give money, nobody can take money, nobody can even accept 1 rupee by taxi charge. So who has given money, who has taken money? This must be the first case of money laundering in the whole world where the allegation of money laundering without money.
Sir, the nature of the transactions that took place will presumably be subject of the final report that the Enforcement Directorate puts out. Section 3 of the PMLA, where the offence of money laundering is clearly defined. Section 2U of the PMLA, which speaks of proceeds of crime. All of this, Mr. Chidambaram, will be eventually settled at the end of this investigation. I come back to it. Are you guilty in some way of prejudging what the ED will or will not be able to achieve in a case like this? Are you really convinced even now that this is simply only a fishing expedition at this stage? Is that what you're again claiming?
Why are you not accepting my word? We are not prejudging, Rajdeep. We are judging. We are making a judgment today. The abuse of the process. So Chief Justice Ramana, Justice Chandrachud, Justice Kaul, Justice Sundaresh, all of them in the last 15 days, the pronouncements and judgments were prejudgments. They are making a judgment on the facts. Here is a case where not 1 rupee has changed hands from A to B. Not 1 rupee of money. Where is the money laundering? Imagine a laundry which launders clothes without clothes. If there are no clothes in the laundry, what is it laundering? If there is no money, where is the money laundering? Why don't you ask yourself the basic question and ask the ED, who gave money to whom?
So if you're claiming you're actually judging on the facts, if you're claiming that, then instead of hitting the streets when Mrs. Gandhi is being questioned, why don't you go to a court of law, suggest to the judges there that this entire investigation is a malified, malicious investigation where the process is the punishment? Do that then.
That is a call which lawyers will take. There is already a case in the Supreme Court. Now, my colleague and I are appearing in that case. This is an income tax case. On the very same facts, there is an income tax violation alleged against Young India and its shareholders and directors. The matter has been pending for some time. Now, all the facts are there in that case. So I don't want to comment on a sub judice case. Let the Supreme Court decide whether there's an income tax violation. Where is the question of the ED alleging money laundering? Is the ED higher than the Supreme Court? If the Supreme Court gives a finding, I'm assuming, if the Supreme Court gives a finding there is no income tax violation, then what happens to the ED's case? And even if there is an income tax violation is not a scheduled offense under the PMLA. So what is there for the PMLA to be attracted? What is there for the ED to investigate? This is only to humiliate and bring down the reputation of people. This is the process. This is the process.
Okay.
And the process is the punishment.
Well, that's the third or fourth time you've said the process is the punishment. That seems to have become the new catchword, both for judges and for you here, Mr. Chidambaram. We'll see how that process plays out in the weeks ahead. Sonia Gandhi has been called again on Monday. I appreciate, though, you joining me here on the news today. Let's take a break. On the other side, we'll return to Draupadi Murmu. We'll go back to where it all started for India's 15th president. And we'll bring you a ground report from Rai Rangnagar, her home village. Back in a moment. You're watching the news today. News without the noise.
I don't read the news. I read between the lines to tell you the true version of events, the true story of our times.
To document grief, the toughest assignment for any journalist to be.
From those who matter.
Women politicians going to stick up for each other.
Of those who should matter. I document the truth. I don't distort the truth. I don't glamorize the truth. I don't gloss over the truth.
The ghosts of India's contentious medieval history have come knocking again.
I hustle for the truth. On the ground, in the newsroom, in the studio. I don't try to grab eyeballs.
I inform you to make you see the point.
To the Point with Preeti Chaudhary. At these times, only on India Today.
Well, for us, it's really a normal festival because we have no restrictions at all. We can party, we can hug, we can kiss, we can do whatever we like. And we hope it stays like this for the coming years.
So I'm from Perth in Australia, so the west coast of Australia. We've been in a lockdown for like 2.5 years, so we're one of the first people to get out. So we come all the way over here for this festival specifically. Best festival in the world, easily. Incredible.
Make your media plan smarter with India Today Live TV on your connected devices.
I don't know how many of you know that India's 15th President, Draupadi Murmu, who's been elected today, has a strong link with the Brahma Kumari sect. Remember, Draupadi Murmu tragically lost 2 of her children after the loss of her second son. She decided to become part, at least, or be tied up with the Brahma Kumaris. And joining me now, therefore, is someone who knows Draupadi Murmu from that period, B.K. Natmal, Brahma Kumaris, Cuttack, Odisha. So, नतमल जी, आप कब से जानते हैं द्रौपदी मुर्मू को और उनकी खासियत बताइए, क्या बात है? क्योंकि नेता तो बहुत कुछ कहेंगे, आप उनको किस तरह से देखते हैं?
ओम शांति।
ओम शांति।
मैं ब्रह्मा कुमारी ऑर्गेनाइजेशन से नथमल भाई बात कर रहा हूँ
जी।
ब्रह्मा कुमारी के कांटेक्ट में जब आप 2000 में मिनिस्टर बने तब आप ब्रह्मा कुमारी के कांटेक्ट में आए। हमारा एक प्रोग्राम था, उस प्रोग्राम में हमने इनवाइट किया था कटक में सबसे पहले। उसके बाद में रायरंगपुर में आप रहते और भुवनेश्वर में, लेकिन कभी कभार आना हुआ। लेकिन 2009 से उनके साथ में अच्छा कांटेक्ट हुआ और 2009 के बाद में उन्होंने आध्यात्मिकता को अच्छी तरह से पहचाना और राज्यों को पहचान करके उन्होंने अपने जीवन शैली के अंदर राज्यों को उतारा। और जब जब उनको मौका मिलता था वो आश्रम पे ब्रह्मा कुमारी के रायरंगपुर में आते थे। उनके साथ साथ उन्होंने अपने जीवन शैली के अंदर सुबह 3:30 बजे उठना, हमारे आध्यात्मिक
सुबह 3:30 बजे
आधार पर
सुबह
की चर्चा करना उन्होंने अपने जीवन का, हाँ, मॉर्निंग में सुबह 3:30 बजे रोज़ अमृत वेले आज भी उठते हैं। और 2009 से हमारे कांटेक्ट में विशेष रूप से उनका आना हुआ और उनके बाद उन्होंने अपने जीवन शैली को एक राजयोग के अपना एक आधार बना करके उस पर आज तक वो चल रही हैं। जब राज्यपाल बने उस समय भी वो राजभवन में राजयोग की शिक्षा खुद करते थे और सुबह 3:30 बजे उठना आज तक उनका चल रहा है, चाहे कितना भी देरी से उनका कार्यक्रम पूरा हो। लेकिन अभी भी सुबह 3:30 बजे उठती हैं और 1 घंटा राजयोग करती हैं, उसके बाद में एक्सरसाइज करती हैं, उसके बाद में भगवान के महावाक्यों को वो पढ़ती हैं। इस प्रकार से उनकी दिनचर्या 2009 से ब्रह्मा कुमारी के क्लोजली आना हुआ।
नतमल जी, आपने कुछ चीज़ें हमें बताई है जो एक तरह से हमारे लिए भी और हमारे दर्शकों के लिए भी बहुत नई होगी। दैट देयर इज मिस्टर नतमल सिंह, द न्यू प्रेसिडेंट ऑफ इंडिया गेट्स अप एवरी डे एट 3:30 in the morning. That's when she starts her day, puja and the various other rituals associated with the Brahma Kumaris. And in the last decade or so, she's been closely identified with the Brahma Kumari sect. Natmal ji, aapne humse Cuttack se baat ki, bahut bahut shukriya. As I said, this is in many ways a defining moment to have Draupadi Murmu as India's 15th president. Therefore, on this day, let's leave you with images of the celebrations that are taking place both in Odisha and at Draupadi Murmu's residence here in Delhi. We wish her well, the 15th President of India. Thanks for watching. Stay well, stay safe. Good night. Shubh Ratri. Jai Hind. Namaskar.
इस समय पूरी दुनिया में लोग कंफ्यूज्ड हैं। वो समझ नहीं पा रहे हैं क्या सही है, क्या गलत है, क्या सच है, क्या झूठ है। और ये स्पष्टता हम आपको अपने इस नए शो में देंगे। सब कुछ ब्लैक एंड व्हाइट में बताएंगे। इस शो में मेरे बालों के अलावा कुछ ग्रे नहीं होगा। हर खबर ब्लैक एंड व्हाइट की तरह बिल्कुल स्पष्ट होगी।
NASA beamed doctors into the middle of the International Space Station while they were physically on Earth. This might seem like a scene from a sci-fi movie, but this technology now exists. NASA tried this new method to ensure medical help is provided to people in adverse situations. This is being called the first holoportation handshake from Earth in space. So what is holoportation and how does it work? According to NASA, it is a capture technology that allows high-quality 3D models of people to be reconstructed, compressed and transmitted live anywhere in real time. When these images are combined with mixed reality displays such as HoloLens, it allows users to see, hear and interact with remote participants in 3D. The technology gives a feeling as if the person is right in front of you. NASA says that the technology could be highly effective in deep space where communication lag is a major problem due to the immense distance between Earth and other objects. Using the Microsoft HoloLens Kinect camera with custom software, NASA flight surgeon Dr. Joseph Schmid and their teams were holoported. They interacted with astronaut Thomas Pesquet in a two-way conversation. Holoportation is not new. It has been in use since at least 2016 by Microsoft. But this was the first use in such an extreme and remote environment as space.
Public health. All political parties traveling from different parts.
Armed with facts,
Looking at political back.
she takes the news by its horns.
Do you think the future of these students are not hampered?
Fierce, bold and direct, setting the tone for the biggest stories from every corner and every angle. Expect nothing but the unfiltered truth.
News first, niceties later. Watch me, Nabila Jamal, on India Today.
You are watching India Today.
Six-time Premier of Sri Lanka, Ranil Wickremesinghe, is the 8th executive president of the island nation. In the voting that took place in the Sri Lankan parliament, he got 134 votes as against 82 that the principal opposition candidate, Dallas Ala Peruma, was able to secure, and just 3 that the left leader, Anura Kumara Disanaike, was able to secure. And this shows in the 225-member parliament in Sri Lanka, Ranil Wickremesinghe got the maximum votes. But he does have a massive task ahead of him. Sri Lanka is bankrupt. The country is in deep trouble. India, of course, has bailed Sri Lanka out with a $3.8 billion worth assistance, not just in deferred payments of $1.8 billion, but also assistance in terms of petrol and fuel in general, oil, food, medicines, gas, essential supplies. All of them are being supplied to Sri Lanka, and fertilizers that Sri Lanka so desperately requires. Now, Ranil Wickremesinghe has tried to distance himself from the unpopular decisions and policies of his predecessor, Gotabaya Rajapaksa, especially when it comes to the sorry situation Sri Lanka is in at this point of time. And there were a number of decisions that Gotabaya Rajapaksa had taken, including either reduction of taxes, which reduced government's income, or going organic on farming, which meant farm yields reduced. There weren't enough organic farming material available for farmers, and this adversely impacted farming in Sri Lanka from cardamom to tea. And now India has provided fertilizers. More fertilizers are required. Fertilizers to an extent have been made available to farmers to ensure at least in the coming months and years their yield, their crop yield improves. As far as the people are concerned, in thousands people are lining up at the immigration office to get a passport, and then outside various embassies to get a visa to leave this country to look for a better future. Now that Parliament has voted in favor of Ranil Wickremesinghe, will a solution continue to be found within the existing constitution as MPs wanted, or as the angry street wants a clean change and a new dawn? Easier said than done. Will Sri Lanka see revival? Will Sri Lanka be on the road to revival, or will there be more protests in the days and weeks ahead? From Ground Zero, we will continue to get to the latest with cameraman Kripal Singh in Colombo, Sri Lanka, Gaurav Sawant for India Today.
Everyone's busy finding what's trending. You're busy finding out why. India Today, for those who research before reacting. Download the India Today app now. Make your media plan smarter with India Today Live TV on your connected devices.
You are
presented by Green Lamb Laminates, Har Gustakhi Saaf. Co-powered by, if it's important, Blue Dot It.
From a small village in Odisha to the first citizen of India, India gets first tribal president. Proud moment for the country. Rairangpuri to Raisina Hill. Madam President Draupadi Murmu.
Hello and welcome. I'm Pooja Shali. India First today is about India's first citizen, and that a moment of pride, not just for Odisha, but for the whole of India. Let's begin this special telecast about Namaste Madam President Draupadi Murmu. The top headline is about the opposition split wide open over the election of Vice President. TMC will be abstaining from voting. Mamata's party is furious that they were not consulted over Margaret Alva's nomination. Sonia Gandhi's Enforcement Directorate questioning in the National Herald case concludes for the day. Sonia Gandhi will be summoned again on 25th July. The Congress party's protesting turned violent across several states. It's a shocking immolation incident of a seer after he was protesting against illegal mining at the revered hills linked to Lord Krishna in Rajasthan. The Bharatiya Janata Party attacking Gehlot government. A Bajrang Dal member stabbed by 13 men in Madhya Pradesh's Agar for allegedly supporting Nupur Sharma. A case of attempt to murder and rioting has been registered. Delhi Lieutenant Governor denies Kejriwal permission to visit Singapore for the 8th World Cities Summit and WCS Mayors Forum. Kejriwal says he will go ahead with the visit. And it is official, Draupadi Murmu will be India's 15th president. India getting its first tribal woman president. Murmu gets 64% of votes that were in total and becomes now officially the president of the country. Draupadi Murmu gets 6,76,803 votes. Yashwant Sinha, the opposition presidential candidate, got 3,80,177 votes. But here's how it gets more interesting. 17 members of parliament, 104 MLAs at least have cross-voted, which means from non-NDA parties, from the opposition parties, have voted in favor of Draupadi Murmu. Let's listen in now to the returning officer's reaction coming in, making it official about the 15th president of India, Draupadi Murmu, getting the maximum votes. Listen in.
Srimati Draupadi Murmu had secured
2,824 first preference votes, value of which is 6,76,803.
She got
2,824 first preference votes, the value of which is 6,76,803. 1,877 first preference votes were secured by Shri Yashwant Sinha, value of which is 3,80,177. As the first preference vote secured by Shrimati Droupadi Murmu was greater than the requisite quota, I, in my capacity as returning officer, declared that Shrimati Droupadi Murmu has been duly elected to the office of the President of India.
And the latest visuals on your screen. First and foremost meeting by Prime Minister Narendra Modi to Draupadi Murmu. Take a look at how, clad simply in a white sari, blue border, meeting with a smile anyone arriving at the residence in the national capital, Delhi. Remember, till the final announcement, she had decided she will not be making a public appearance, but now all smiles. The woman born in a village in Odisha's Rairangpur in the Mayurbhanj district will now be from the Rairangpur to the Raisina Hill. She's the new occupant you're looking at of the Rashtrapati Bhavan. What a historic, inspirational moment for us all. A tribal woman becoming the president of the democracy that this country is. Paulami Saha has been tracking all the latest from the residents. Now, Paulami, have the big celebrations now been ongoing? Because they were waiting, and I can only think of the people back in Odisha, specifically the young girls, watching one of them walking into the corridors of Raisina Hill. What an inspiring moment for us all.
Absolutely, this is definitely an inspiring moment. You know, there were some girls, in fact, from Odisha, in fact, some specifically from Mayurbhanj district, from where Draupadi Murmu hails, who were participating in the celebrations, who were part of the folk dancers, who, in fact, celebrated this moment and with some song and dance. And they, in fact, told us how excited they were to see that someone who was just amidst them just a few years ago has now gone all the way up to Raisina Hill and is all set to be, in fact, sworn in as the 15th president of the country. This is a very proud moment for them, and of course inspiring for everyone across the nation. Let's just not, bring it down to the fact that she's just the first tribal president of India. It is a huge moment. She is everyone's president now. She is the 15th president of the country, right to be seated in the highest constitutional office in the country, the first citizen of the country. And this is a momentous occasion as well, especially in terms of aspiration and inspiration for everyone out there to see how Draupadi Murmu, of course, struggled her way through her humble beginnings, rose her way to the top, educated herself, and then rose from one rank to the other, from being a teacher to being a councillor, joining the Bharatiya Janata Party, becoming an MLA, becoming a Minister of State in the BJP-BJD government in Odisha for a few years. Before then, of course, assuming charge as the governor of Jharkhand till 2021, and now all set to be president-elect.
And one of the most important, significant awards given to her as one of the best MLAs also. Now, this time, let's also talk about the politics of it. There was, of course, political messaging, a tribal face as the top constitutional position. But let's talk today cross-voting, Paulami, of the non-NDA parties, opposition parties that were supposed to be voting for Yashwant Sinha. BJP is claiming, and now it appears with numbers, that there have definitely been cross-voting in favor of Draupadi Murmu.
Definitely, there seems to have been cross-voting in favor of Draupadi Murmu. Just looking at the vote tally, some of the details and the trivia that's definitely emerging from these elections is that, for instance, Draupadi Murmu got maximum number of votes in terms of the electoral value of those votes from Parliament itself, and then she got the least number of votes in Kerala. But it was Yashwant Sinha who polled nothing, zero, in Andhra Pradesh, in Nagaland and Sikkim. She, of course, got her maximum number of votes first from the state of Uttar Pradesh, Parliament aside. I'm talking about state legislative assemblies from the state of Uttar Pradesh, then from Maharashtra. place, a state where the BJP and the Shiv Sena, Eknath Shinde faction has just recently formed a government and have come together. So they voted together for the NDA candidates. So second Maharashtra, and then third was Andhra Pradesh, is where from she in fact got maximum number of votes. But like you said, a lot of cross voting has also happened in these elections. The BJP, as per their own calculations, said that as far as Parliament was concerned, out of the 748 plus 15 that were cast in this election, 763, they were anticipating 523 votes to be polled in Draupadi Murmu's favour. She got 540. So 17 MPs at least cross-voted in her favour.
And it's for all to see now. Prime Minister Modi meeting Draupadi Murmu. There are celebrations not just in Delhi, but all the way in her hometown in Odisha. And specifically the tribal dance that is for all to see here. Happiness here in her hometown as well. Paulomi, thank you so much for tracking all the latest on that since today morning. A historic day, but also, of course, political messaging. Look closely because BJP President JP Nadda, Defence Minister Rajnath Singh and several other senior BJP leaders have reacted and spoken up on this big news coming in. Let's listen into those reactions.
गांव गरीब किसान झुग्गी झोपड़ी का इंसान भारत महान का राष्ट्रपति बन सकता है। सर्वोच्च संवैधानिक पद होता है किसी भी देश का। मैं समझता हूं कि इससे बड़ी खुशी देशवासियों के लिए और कुछ नहीं हो सकती है आज के दिन। और द्रौपदी मुर्मू जी को बधाई देने के लिए हम लोग यहाँ पर आए थे। उनको पुनः मेरी तरफ से बहुत बहुत बधाई है।
हमारे प्रधानमंत्री नरेंद्र मोदी जी की दूरदर्शी सोच कि एक ऐसी नेत्री जो आदिवासी समाज की बेटी है, बहन है, जो अपने तमाम संघर्षों के बावजूद अपने संकल्प के साथ आगे बढ़ती है, व्यक्तिगत पीड़ा के बावजूद आगे बढ़ती है, अच्छे विधायक बनती है, समाज सेवी बनती है, शिक्षिका बनती है, राज्यपाल बनती है और आज देश की राष्ट्रपति।
शुभकामना है, बड़े जीत है, पहले बार मौका मिला है, आदिवासी महिला राष्ट्रपति पद पर बैठने के लिए मौका मिला है। अभिनंदन करता हूं, बड़े जीत है हर स्टेट में। नागालैंड में 100% वोट मिला, आंध्र में 100% वोट मिला, हर स्टेट में वोट मिला है, ये बड़ा जीत है।
India now has its first ever tribal president, Draupadi Murmu, shattering records, scripting history. Rashtrapati Droupadi Murmu will now take over as the helm as India's 15th president and also commander-in-chief of the armed forces.
History scripted at Raisina Hills. India has got its first tribal president. With NDA's Draupadi Murmu registering a momentous victory, sweeping away a divided opposition's candidate Yashwant Sinha, scoring an emphatic victory, becoming 15th President of Union of India. The BJP, which fielded Murmu as a massive signal of intent and affirmative action, is showcasing the victory with rapturous celebrations, with Prime Minister Narendra Modi personally leading from front, calling on Murmu to congratulate her, hailing her big-ticket victory. The BJP is holding congratulatory events and victory marches at every mandal of the party and booth.
On behalf of people of Assam, we are offering our congratulations and goodwill to Srimati Droupadi Murmu and also thanking Prime Minister Narendra Modi for giving such a big gift to the people of India.
It is a historical moment for the...
This is a historical moment for entire people of India.
इसके लिए हम प्रधानमंत्री जी के निर्णय के भी आभारी हैं और साथ ही द्रौपदी मुर्मू जी को बेस्ट विशेस, सादर प्रणाम और इस देश की जनता को सबसे बड़ा संदेश कि एक भारत श्रेष्ठ भारत सिर्फ नारा नहीं है, ये एक सिद्धांत है जिसके लिए हम सब काम कर रहे हैं।
Murmu, who hails from a poor family of tribals, had suffered many tragedies in her life, losing her husband and two sons between 2009 and 2014. Daughter Itishri, who works in a bank, has been her constant companion.
राष्ट्रपति दीदी बन गई है, उसीलिए हमको बहुत खुशी है।
बहुत खुशी है।
बहुत खुशी।
अभी अगला क्या करेंगे?
अगला तो हम जाने का तैयार कर रहा हूँ।
दिल्ली जाएंगे आप?
दिल्ली जा
शपथ ग्रहण में?
जी जी।
Murmu's village erupted with joy, with fellow tribals celebrating the occasion with traditional dance and sweets. From a small, nondescript village in Odisha's Mayurbhanj to becoming the first citizen of India, the victory of Draupadi Murmu is being hailed as a momentous push in empowering tribals. Marginalized for centuries in India's political landscape. With Suryagni in Mayurbhanj, Bureau Report, India Today.
From Rairangpur village to the Rashtrapati Bhavan now, Draupadi Murmu's journey has been a remarkable one. Remember, she's a Santhal tribal and Murmu rose from the grassroots level. She was a stellar MLA in the Legislative Assembly, earning rich administrative and governance experience as a minister in the Patnaik-led coalition government in Odisha in 2000. But here's all you need to know about the struggle and the work of way up of now India's 15th president.
Rairangpur in Mayurbhanj district of Odisha is proud to be the town that witnessed the rise of Draupadi Murmu. She worked here as a teacher before becoming a councillor, an MLA, a minister, and then governor. More than 280 kilometers from the capital of Odisha, this is where she built her life after her elder son passed away. Her people are overjoyed. Havans followed by dance and sweets, the proud village is basking in Murmu's feet.
She is a lady with a heart. On the one side, she is an iron lady. She would like to take strong action in one hand. In other, she would talk very politely and very compassionately with the public.
Draupadi Murmu's brother Tarini Sen Tudu lives in her house in Rairangpur while the rest of the family keeps visiting. Her brother is excited about attending the swearing-in ceremony.
सेलिब्रेशन तो हम लोग तैयारी में है, लड्डू वड्डू बटा जाएगा और नाच उच भी होगा ट्रेडिशनल का। अगर जीत जाती है तो हम तो जरूर उसका ये मैं आऊँगा ओथ में।
वो लाइक एनी अदर मदर, कभी कभी स्ट्रिक्ट भी है, कभी कभी सॉफ्ट भी है, और शी इज like any other mother.
In the school where she worked as a teacher between 1994 and 1997, she is remembered fondly as Didi, or elder sister.
रूल रेगुलेशन भी करूथिले आ समस्तनकर सहित भलो संपर्क भी रहउतिला आ छोटे छोटे छुआ मन को भी भलो व्यवहार भी करूथिले समस्त स्टाफ मान का सहित भी भलो सब संपर्क रहितला लोक मान का सहित भी भलो सब संपर्क रहितला.
The school premises that we see over here is also testimony to the fact that before 1997, before she became an elected representative, she was a teacher. And the school is still here, students are here. The school has expanded, its classes are still on. However, what is not over here is Draupadi Murmu, who was a teacher, and she used to teach all these subjects in this middle school.
Nearly half an hour drive away is the village where Draupadi Murmu was born. Uparbeda village has changed since her childhood. The school she studied in has grown to become a high school with smart classes. Back in the 60s, it was only a primary school.
Draupadi Murmu had to leave the village of Uparbeda. The reason was that the school that she went to in this particular village was a primary one. That means it was there till class 5. And that is the reason why she had to leave for Bhubaneswar for further studies. In 2022, things have completely changed over here in this particular village of Uparbeda.
Draupadi Murmu's native house is a well-constructed one compared to the Kacha house of the neighborhood. Decorated like never before for the auspicious occasion. Murmu's extraordinary journey is now the new folklore, which will inspire generations of Adivasis and common citizens. With Suragni Roy in Mayurbhanj, Bureau Report, India Today.
Remember the struggle and hard work of Draupadi Murmu, not just the celebrations that we witnessed today. Importantly, with the voting that took place for presidential elections, there was also a surprise. Government sources are claiming that there was cross-voting by the opposition parties that were supposed to be voting for their presidential candidate Yashwant Sinha. I'm going to take you through one by one of how the cross-voting appears to have happened in the states. In the state of Assam, 22 at least have voted MLAs in favor of Draupadi Murmu. In Bihar, cross-voting by at least 6 members. In the state of Chhattisgarh, 6, while in the state of Goa, there were at least 4 who cross-voted in favor of Draupadi Murmu, unexpected even for the NDA. In the state of Gujarat, we are being told that there were at least 10 members of the Legislative Assembly who had voted in favor of Draupadi Murmu. Even in the state of Haryana, there was at least 1 cross-voting. In the hill state of Himachal Pradesh, again 1. In Jharkhand, a whopping 10 voted for Draupadi Murmu, while were expected to vote for Yashwant Sinha. Even in the state of Madhya Pradesh, there were 19 cross-voting for her. Even in the state of Maharashtra, which was among the top to be giving votes to Draupadi Murmu. In Meghalaya, it was 7. Even in the border state of Arunachal Pradesh, at least 1 cross-voted from another party, which means either the non-NDA or the opposition parties that were favouring Yashwant Sinha voted for Draupadi Murmu. So even beyond the expectations of the NDA, she got 64% votes. At least over 100 MLAs have cross-voted, according to the government, in favour of Draupadi Murmu, making it a sweeping victory for her as the 15th president. Draupadi Murmu is now elected as the first tribal woman president of the country. So clearly for the community that she comes from, specifically the Santhal tribal, but for the tribes across the country. This was a moment of celebration. But remember, once the celebrations die down, it will be a real test for Draupadi Murmu, also about how she acts on issues that are of significance to the tribal life and culture and to a lot of marginalized groups among these communities. Here's a report about what Draupadi Murmu becoming the president means for the tribal groups.
History in the making. For the first time, an Adivasi will occupy the country's highest constitutional office. Draupadi Murmu is all set to take oath as the President of India. Largely found themselves on the margins of power. Murmu's victory.
आज राष्ट्रपति जो है बनने वाला है वो आदिवासी है। ये आदिवासी का ड्रेस है, ये आदिवासी का ट्रेडिशनल नाच है। हम लोग खुशी से आज सुबह से नाच रहा है, वो उत्सव मना रहा है।
Murmu comes from Odisha's Santhal tribe. In India, the Santals are the third largest scheduled tribe groups after the Gonds and the Bhils. Murmu's win gives hope and inspiration for the tribal community of India.
छोटा सा परिवार से और इतना बड़ा गई है तो हम लोग बहुत खुश हैं।
हम लोगों का कास्ट में ना बोलते हैं माने महिला कुछ नहीं कर सकते हैं, इसीलिए आज प्रूव कर दिया सभी महिला सभी ही माने सभी कुछ कर सकते हैं।
According to the Constitution, the President of India is also the guardian of the 5th scheduled area. The President can declare any area with high tribal population as the 5th scheduled area. This gives the President the authority to inspect the administration of these areas. But the real test for Murmu will be how she acts on issues that are of importance to tribal life and culture. Expectations are high.
परेशानी है, रोड होना चाहिए, एक पुल होना चाहिए,
अगर वो चीज़ हो जाएगा तो हम लोग जितना भी बारिश हो आने जाने के लिए।
प्रॉब्लम तो बहुत है, जैसे कि ट्राइबल में तो देखते हैं कि सब अभी निचले तकबे में ही हैं। अभी तक उनका कुछ थोड़े थोड़े उठ रहे हैं, ऐसा नहीं है कि नहीं उठे हैं, वैसा कोई बात नहीं है, वो उठ रहे हैं। और उनको यदि कुछ सपोर्ट मिलेगा तो और भी आगे जाएंगे।
वो तो हम जो सोचते हैं, जो प्रॉब्लम है यहाँ पर, वो प्रॉब्लम सुनिश्चित होगा।
प्रॉब्लम क्या है?
प्रॉब्लम है जो रेलवे प्रॉब्लम।
रेलवे प्रॉब्लम, यहाँ पे स्टेशन नहीं है।
स्टेशन है किंतु कनेक्शन नहीं है।
Activists claim country's forest and land laws have changed over the years to help big industry, which will lead to further displacement of the original inhabitants of the land.
While I'm very happy that finally scheduled tribes have got representation, I'm not sure that she will really represent Adivasis in the way that they need to be represented, because all the BJP policies are anti-Adivasi.
Draupadi Murmu's election as president is truly a historic moment. But what she does as president will really shape her legacy. Bureau Report, India Today.
So expectedly, the country has erupted in celebration and joy after Murmu's victory, and that has been officially now announced. Take a look now at the festivities that took place. There was Rangin Rai Rangpur, but there was also a lot of mithai, laddus, fireworks, and importantly, a lot of dance that was seen. Take a look at this report.
Celebrations began even before the first round of counting was over. India welcomed the country's first tribal president with drumbeats, crackers and dancing on the streets.
हमें थोड़ी आशा भी है कि इसके साथ हमारे रायरंगपुर की कुछ तरक्की भी होगी। शायद द्रौपदी दीदी हमारे लिए जरूर कुछ करेंगी, हमारे गांव के लिए।
Draupadi Murmu's climb from a humble background to the highest office of the nation has touched a chord with ordinary people. Never before has there been such frenzy over presidential elections. Draupadi Murmu is a woman who broke many glass ceilings as she scaled her way up in politics. That she is an inspiration for commoners was evident across India on Thursday. Bureau Report, India Today.
Wishing all the very best to Draupadi Murmu, 15th President of our country and the Commander-in-Chief of our armed forces. Thank you so much for watching India First. Coming up next, Business Today with Abha Bakaya. Take care of yourself. Thank you for watching.
आ गई। कैसा रहा दिन?
बहुत अच्छा।
कोई वीडियो गेम कवर करने गई थी ना?
वीडियो गेम नहीं माँ, ई-स्पोर्ट्स।
ई-स्पोर्ट्स?
माँ, ई-स्पोर्ट्स is just like any other competitive sport. इसमें ना वो सब फीलिंग्स है जो किसी भी और स्पोर्ट्स में है। इसमें इमोशन है, इसमें एंगर है, इसमें सैडनेस है, इसमें हैप्पीनेस है, इसमें कमराडरी है। ये सिर्फ गेम नहीं, ये ई स्पोर्ट्स का प्रीमियर लीग ESPL है।
युवक जान गंवाते हैं हर साल लापरवाह ड्राइविंग के कारण।
Well, that's true. Speed junkies on souped-up motorcycles have been a recurrent menace in India. Country's expressways and roads are fast becoming the choicest stretches for bike stunts. Stunt biking on roads is now driven by likes on Facebook and Instagram. That's the hype. This is becoming one of the worst menace in India, which is costing lives. Road accident is one of the leading causes of death, disability and hospitalization of people worldwide in general and India in particular. Approximately 1.3 million people die each year as a result of road traffic crashes. As per World Health Organization data, at least 1 out of 10 people killed on roads across the world is from India. The cost of road accidents is borne not only by victims and their families, but by the economy as a whole in terms of untimely deaths, injuries, disabilities, and loss of potential income. During the year 2020, more than 3,60,000 road accidents were recorded, causing loss of around 1,30,000 lives. Road accidents take place mostly because of overspeeding, drunken driving, driving on wrong side, jumping red light, using mobile phones while driving, and bike stunts, among others. However, top 10 states in number of fatalities on national highways are Tamil Nadu, Uttar Pradesh, Karnataka, Madhya Pradesh, Andhra Pradesh, Telangana, Kerala, Maharashtra, Rajasthan and Bihar. This is in order as a report that was released by the authorities. Unfortunately, the worst affected age group in road accidents is 18 to 45 years, which accounts to at least about 70% of the total accidental deaths. So be careful and drive safe.
Pour les entrepôts de préparation de commandes, donc typiquement un de nos clients est Cdiscount. Si vous passez une commande chez Cdiscount, avant c'est des gens qui dans un entrepôt essayaient de retrouver le téléphone et la coque de téléphone que vous aviez commandé qui pouvaient faire jusqu'à 15 km par jour dans des entrepôts immenses.
Make your media plan smarter with India Today Live TV on your connected devices.
You are watching India Today. You are watching India Today.
By eBix Cash. हर खुशी के लिए काफी है. Co-presented by CoinDCX, your gateway to crypto. Co-powered by Green Lamb Laminates. हर गुस्ताखी साफ.
Hello and welcome. You're with us here on Business Today. I'm Abha Bakaya. Here are the day's top stories. SUVs finally edge out hatchbacks and sedans on Indian roads in the first half of this year. Car makers led by Maruti have a fresh SUV lineup for you this festive season. The rupee weakens past 80 to the dollar in early trade but pulls back below the physiologically sensitive level. The currency finds comfort on easing global crude oil prices and global dollar weakness. Dalal Street gains for the fifth day in a row despite heavy volatility. Sensex gains over 250 points. Nifty ends above 16,600. Capital Goods, PSU Bank rally. Gold falls to an 11-month low in global markets, trading at a 5-month low in India despite the uncertainty in financial markets. The question is, has gold lost its status as the safe haven for investors? Good news for air passengers. From now on, no extra fee to be charged to issue boarding pass at check-in counters. Aviation Ministry issued these new guidelines. The highly anticipated Nothing Phone 1 goes on sale today. Business Today TV spent a week with the handset and tells you whether it's much ado about nothing. That's coming up on the show.
Industry pins hope on Ranbir Kapoor's Stara Shamshera to break the dry spell hurting the Hindi film industry. It's the first release for Ranbir in 4 years and also his first appearance after getting hitched to Alia Bhatt. SUV mania all set to catch hold of the Indian consumer this festive season. With more and more purchase decisions veering towards SUVs, car manufacturers have lined up a slew of new SUV launches just in time for the festive season. Here's how Motown is zipping down the SUV fast lane.
This monsoon season, it's raining SUVs in the Indian car market. Over the past 1 month, the Indian SUV market has seen manufacturers unveil one model after another, most of them set to hit the market just ahead of the festive season in September and October. M&M was one of the early ones to take the cover off its new and larger Scorpio, suffixing an N to its name, selling it as the big daddy of all SUVs. Hyundai belatedly updated its Tucson with the latest model available internationally. Though bookings have begun, sales will begin only later this year. French car maker Citroën expanded its portfolio in India by launching its mini SUV, the C3, priced between 6 and 9 lakh rupees. However, it's Maruti which has stolen the march on its competitors this summer, launching the all-new mini SUV, the Brezza, as well as getting into the highly competitive mid-SUV market with the all-new Grand Vitara. Built by Toyota in India, this vehicle will also be available in a new avatar as the Toyota Hyryder before the festive season begins. SUVs have literally driven into the Indian psyche. Their commanding presence, ability to handle rough Indian roads, and their rugged build have endeared them to the Indian consumer. In the first half of this year, there were 12 SUVs of all shapes and sizes in the list of top 30 cars sold in the country, accounting for 41% of total volumes. Another 4 were MUVs like the Innova and the Ertiga, taking up another 13%. There were just 14 hatchbacks and sedans, making up for just 46% of total sales. Even globally, SUV sales are eclipsing those of other car bodies. In the US, SUVs have captured more than half the market, up 6 percentage points in 2 years. In Europe, SUVs may be less popular than the US, but their market is steadily rising. India too has seen SUVs grab a greater share of market every year, reaching 38% in 2021.
I think the SUV segment is exploding. In fact, in 22, if you see, the contribution of SUV segment is now 41% to the industry, as against 34.7 for the hatch. So very clearly, SUV segment has overtaken the hatch. So the segment only keeps on expanding.
One Indian car maker which has turned its fortunes thanks to SUVs is Tata Motors. Its Nexon is the top seller today, with the Punch Micro SUV also setting sales charts on fire. Interestingly, the addition of affordable SUVs to their portfolio have also given a lease of life to Skoda and Volkswagen, which have seen their sales increase to respectable levels in the past few months. With Chetan Bhodani, Bureau Report, Business Today TV.
Well, it's not only the SUV frenzy that has gripped the automobile market in India. The growing footprint of electric vehicles is also very evident from the data churned out by our Data Intelligence Unit team. As per the Lok Sabha and Rajya Sabha responses from Parliament's monsoon proceedings, the annual growth of electric vehicles has been remarkable in India. EV registration saw a sharp spike of nearly 218% in 21-22, which is on a low base. The registrations more than doubled from the previous year, with nearly 4.3 lakh EVs booked in 2021-22. States like UP, Delhi, Karnataka, Maharashtra and Bihar saw the most number of electric vehicles currently being used on roads of India. While UP has more than 3 lakh running EVs on the road, Delhi, Karnataka and Maharashtra have between 1 to 2 lakh active EVs. Indian equity markets erased opening losses in a highly volatile session to end in the green for the 5th straight day. Sensex ending at 55,682, up 284 points. Nifty closing at 16,605, that's up 84 points. The broader markets outran frontline indices, with the BSE mid-cap and small-cap climbing 1.3% each. IndusInd Bank, L&T, Bajaj Finance, Tata Consumer Products, UPL, L&T, Bajaj Finserv, Asian Paints, Hindalco, some of the top gainers. While Kotak Bank, Dr. Reddy's, SBI Life, Cipla and Reliance fell the most, down up to 2%. The rupee continues to remain under pressure and ended the trading day marginally higher at 79.95 to the dollar. For the first time in 3 months, foreign investors have bought Indian stocks for 4 consecutive days. Seeing the current market up move, FPIs are back. But will they stay? Let's discuss it further with Sudeep Bandyopadhyay, Group Chairman, IndiTrade Capital. Sudeep, it looks like FIIs are back and in full force. What's driving that trend? What's bringing them back to Indian equities?
Well, a couple of things. I think one is the US markets have recovered, and that when the mother market recovers, it's got a positive impact on pretty much all the markets, including India. Also, the FIIs have realized that Indian markets have become relatively cheaper after the massive correction we have seen. Currency depreciation also makes Indian market a little more attractive, vis-a-vis what it was 1 month back. The same amount of dollar, they can buy more shares in India. So all this is making Indian markets attractive, and FIIs are coming back.
Sudeep, given that we've seen the rupee depreciating, but still not as badly as some other currencies, equally Indian equities have been somewhat cushioned by the retail investor. Do you feel overall India is still an attractive destination for FIIs to pump in money, versus some of the other emerging markets at the moment?
Absolutely. I think the moment we see risk-on mood back for the FIIs globally, India will attract a lot of FII money, which is sitting in the wings. The other important thing is, if you look at Indian markets, what has been witnessed in the recent past is that though the many emerging global markets corrected by 25 to 30%, Indian markets only corrected at its worst about 15%. Now that does show the resilience of Indian investors and Indian capital market, and it augurs well for the future. FIIs will be emboldened by this fact that the flows of FIIs only doesn't determine the fate of Indian markets. Also, as you rightly said, the currency depreciation has made, to an extent, Indian market a little more attractive vis-a-vis 1.5 months back, when the rupee was much stronger, because the same amount of dollar, they get to buy more shares in India.
Okay, and what would you be looking to buy in a market like this, as you said, with the various current factors at play, primarily the currency, of course, along with inflation, and given that we're now in the throes of earnings season, what clues is it throwing up for you? Where do you feel, money is headed at this point of time?
Well, I think few sectors have been clear winners in this phase, I would say. One is definitely the FMCG pack. Yeah. I think the reading is very clear that consumption is coming back. Yeah, there were some cost pressures in between, and there was little uncertainty over rural consumption. But the way the monsoon has been progressing, the expectation is that rural demand will bounce back. And with that, consumption-focused stocks in India, FMCG companies in particular, should do well. And I think that is leading to a run in the FMCG stocks. The other sector which we like and we've been seeing traction is BFSI, with credit demand growing on the back of consumption growth and also probably a revival in capex. I think the lenders are in a good spot. Also, the asset quality is improving remarkably and sharply. That is reassuring investors. So BFSI is another pocket, particularly large banks, both in the PSU as well as the private sector space, which is attracting a lot of investments.
Okay. And would you stay away from IT then? Or what are you making of the recent spate of earnings?
Well, I think IT is a bit of a clouded feedback or clouded at least view at this point of time. There are a couple of things happening. One is there is a significant tailwind which is being added by the currency depreciation. All Indian leading IT companies derive a significant part of their income in dollars, and that is going to help them with a depreciating currency environment. On the other hand, the demand scenario, which there are a lot of commentary that there may be a problem as far as demand for their services are concerned going forward, considering that Europe probably will head towards a recession, US is slowing down, and there are growth slowdown in multiple other markets. The question is whether this growth slowdown will really impact Indian IT companies. At least the commentary of the management of these top IT companies doesn't seem so, because they are pretty confident of the demand, they're pretty confident of the future order flows, and they're pretty confident about margin improving in the coming quarters. So it's a trade-off, the way we read it, between demand destruction, which may happen in future, and currency depreciation, which is happening currently. As far as Indian IT is concerned, we are advising caution on the mid-cap IT, whereas the large-cap IT, if you have a mid to long-term view, I think it's good to go and buy.
All right. And one final question, Sudeep, I want to just squeeze in on Reliance Industries. Where do you see the big boy poised at these levels, and what would be your advice?
Well, I think Reliance has been our favorite stock for some time, and I think there is a compelling reason to buy Reliance. The GRM, which the refining margin is determined, is at all-time high, Singapore GRM. And Reliance's refining margin also probably will hit all-time high levels in the quarter gone by. The petchem business, which was a little down earlier, also is expected to do well and is doing well at this stage. So the traditional business, the old business of Reliance, is on a very, very strong wicket, unlike other quarters. That is a very good news for Reliance. The second segment of the business, which is the new and emerging businesses, Jio is expected to also post good results in the quarter gone by. The ARPUs, which was kind of stagnant and not increasing for some time, has finally started going up, and I believe the trend will continue. The retail business is also seeing a lot of traction after the COVID-related lockdowns and other logistical challenges. So overall, all the business segments are expected to perform well, and we will see probably a significant bump up in their quarterly profit when they announce the same later this week. So yes, at current valuation, Reliance can be acquired for short to medium term.
All right, Sudeep, thanks so much for joining us on the show today, and great to hear a positive outlook on the markets and the way ahead from here. Is gold no longer the safe bet investors make during times of uncertainty? Well, with the yellow metal dipping to the lowest internationally in nearly a year, the old maxim doesn't sound true anymore. In fact, it's the US dollar which has become the safe haven for investors. In India, gold fell to around 49,960 rupees per 10 grams. That's the lowest since February. In global markets, it fell to $1,691. That's the lowest since August 2021. So what's the outlook for the precious metal? My colleague Sakshi Batra spoke to Ajay Kedia and Vandana Bharti of SMC Global.
Now, to begin with, Ajay, you first. What do you really make of the decline in gold prices? And the bigger question that everybody has on their mind, is it the right time to buy gold?
See, buying gold is always a right time. No doubt, since 2022 has been started, Indian market was slightly, as compared to global market, was slightly on higher side because of rupee weakness, or we can say import duty that has been levied by, increased by around 5%. That has been a little bit positive performance. We can say since January, it has been around 4% gain. But overall, I am expecting in 2022, we have seen inflation concern or recession concerns were there. Because of that, purchasing towards gold was been slightly lighter, or we can say in all asset class has been slightly more volatile. So it's a temporary phase for gold. I think same has been seen in the year 2008 when global financial crisis has been hit. So initial may be possible for next couple of months, prices will be trading in a very narrow range, because already in last 2-3 months, dollar index has rallied from almost 90 level to 109 level, which was the major factor for gold to underperform. Secondly, the interest rate hike. We have never seen so much aggressive steps taken by Fed. In 1980, we have seen this type of step has been taken by Fed in order to decrease the inflation. So timing, we expect prices should consolidate over here, but it is a very good time to buy, because whenever there is a concerns about recession or inflation, gold will definitely come back again. So I think it is a matter of time. Maybe we can see some consolidation, but overall it's good to buy at current level.
Yeah, right. Also, Vandana, I wanted to ask you as well that, right now 24 karat gold is near 50,000 per 10 gram today. The 22 karat gold is near 46,000 per 10 gram in the physical market. So what are you advising your clients? I mean, looking at the love that Indians have towards gold, are you receiving those umpteen calls, and should one really rush to the nearby jewelry stores to buy gold now?
Yeah, definitely, Sakshi, and thanks for inviting me first. And this is the golden time to go for gold. Because now we are seeing the circumstances. We are not expecting that there should be a sharp fall in gold from here now, and we are not expecting that this commodity should reach $1,600 in COMEX and like 45,000 in MCX. And if it goes below 48,000 in MCX, quickly it should see a rebound. So this is the time when one should go for buy in physical. Even in physical, Sakshi, 500 or 1,000 point doesn't matter to them, because whenever we go for physical, it is for the long time, and it is for generation to generation. So never mind this like a fall of for the fall of 500 to 1,000 point. So I'm expecting that this commodity should consolidate at the level of 48,000 here in MCX. On COMEX, I'm expecting that $16-20 should be a support level for this commodity. And overall, Sakshi, we are now in talk that in July and September, Fed is going to increase the interest rate, but now recession fear is there. So even there is a talk that maybe in 2020-23 they may go for the rate cut. So simultaneously we are hearing the talk of interest rate hike, and then in 2023 rate cut. So this is a very hush situation for Fed.
Absolutely.
So gold will take the benefit of doubts, and September onwards, I'm expecting a very sharp rise in gold prices. So yes, we have a golden opportunity to go for buy in this commodity.
Okay, golden opportunity to buy in gold. Ajay, since you were saying that you expect gold prices to consolidate a bit, are they going to fall from here? Vandana says 500, 1,000 more. What's your take? If yes, how much? What is the kind of target that you have on gold going forward from here?
See, in last few months, we have seen volatility in commodity market has been quite high because of many factors. Maybe some geopolitical tension or movement in dollar or currency. So I think maybe we can see a fall towards 49 or 48,800 should be the best support on domestic side. Maybe because of rupee is slightly trying to re-strengthening by after the RBI and government is taking step. But I think as Vandana told, after August onwards, we expect there will be a sharp jump, because in India we buy gold on emotional ground. And also for investment ground also. So Q4 is going to be very much bigger for physical buying. So I am hoping by this year end again prices can come up around 52,500 to 53,000. But overall Q4 for India is always great to buy gold.
All right, let's take a very quick break. On that note, we'll be back with more stories on the other side.
इस समय पूरी दुनिया में लोग कंफ्यूज्ड हैं। वो समझ नहीं पा रहे हैं क्या सही है, क्या गलत है, क्या सच है, क्या झूठ है। और ये स्पष्टता हम आपको अपने इस नए शो में देंगे। सब कुछ ब्लैक एंड व्हाइट में बताएंगे। इस शो में मेरे बालों के अलावा कुछ ग्रे नहीं होगा। हर खबर ब्लैक एंड व्हाइट की तरह बिल्कुल स्पष्ट होगी।
Make your media plan smarter with India Today Live TV on your connected devices.
Welcome back. The process to set up the GST Appellate Tribunal has picked up pace. A group of ministers formed on the tribunal will meet first time in Delhi on the 26th of July. The group will recommend necessary amendments required in the GST laws and other legal changes to the GST Council. For more on this, we're joined by my colleague Karishma Asudani. Karishma?
Well, right. The first group of ministers on GST Appellate Tribunal is going to be meeting on 26th July in Delhi. And this is after the group was constituted by the council in its last meeting in Chandigarh. Now, what's important is to understand that this GOM is going to look at the legality of the whole structure of the GST law and to maintain the uniformity and the coordination between centre and states. They're going to submit the report before July 31, and the report will be discussed likely by Finance Minister Nirmala Sitharaman in 48 GST Council in first week of August.
All right, Karishma, thanks so much for that. Now, Nothing, a London-based startup founded by Carl Pei, was supposed to disrupt the smartphone industry, and the much-awaited Nothing Phone 1 goes on sale today with a bunch of industry-first features on expected lines. But what is the real-world user experience like? Looking beyond the hype, Tech Today's Ayush Alavadi brings you an exclusive review.
It's not often that a startup from London enters the smartphone industry only to disrupt it. There's a lot of clutter, especially in the mid-range segment, and a company from London has decided to break that clutter. I have with me the Nothing Phone 1. Now, if you look at the phone, let's talk about design. If you show this to anyone in office or any family member at home, they will have a look at the back of the phone and say, hey, what kind of cover have you put on your iPhone? Because it does look like that at first glance. But if you're investing your hard-earned money in this product, you need to know that there are things that work for it and things that don't seem to work at all. People are talking about dead pixels, a green tint on the display. A lot of users who've picked up retail units, very excited about the Nothing Phone 1, are complaining about these issues. If you're a gamer, this isn't an ideal phone for gaming. The camera performance is underwhelming. It maxes out at 4K 30. And honestly, if it's not a well-lit atmosphere over here while we're shooting, it's all right. If you take it to a low-light sort of surrounding, it starts performing really badly. We have updated the software on this particular device, but we haven't seen some of these things in practice. If you have a look at it, it's simple. It sounds fancy in tech geek lingo. It's 900 LED lights at the back of the phone. These 900 LEDs will pop up in the center, and the top over here, at the bottom, and they actually do have significant functions and use cases. For instance, this one at the bottom, if you're charging through a USB-C port, will light up and tell you what the battery status indicator is like. You give it a little bit of a shake, and all of a sudden you know what the battery charging status is like. You go up over here and you end up reverse charging, and this comes with reverse wireless charging and wireless charging for this particular device, and it's pretty good at that. The reverse wireless charging feature, I put my AirPods on it a few times, and honestly, it's more of a gimmick because there's a lot of heat energy that is lost. Let's just put it this way, it's not as efficient. This device comes with a Qualcomm Snapdragon 778G Plus SoC. It comes with Android 12 out of the box with Nothing OS on top. The camera system is slightly underwhelming when it comes to performance, but just in plain specs, it's a 50 megapixel camera on the back, and it comes with a 4500 mAh battery which powers the Nothing device. Now let's address the elephant in the room, the Snapdragon 778G. This is clearly not a flagship processor, but this is not a flagship phone. This is meant to be a mid-range phone, two words that this company understands very well. Even before the company existed, everyone was talking about their marketing plan. And of course, Carl Pei comes from OnePlus, and he set up a brilliant brand out there. So we do expect some great marketing. Well, I think this is a phone which is targeted at those people who are bored of all the devices in the mid-ranges from the Pocos and the iQOOs and whatnot, and want something which is kind of aspirational, kind of has a story, and honestly is a dark horse that's trying to break the clutter. That's what this phone is all about.
For now, it's goodbye from us. Thanks for watching.
traveling from different parts.
Armed with facts,
Looking at political background.
she takes the news by its horns.
You think the future of these students are not hampered?
Fierce, bold, and direct, setting the tone for the biggest stories from every corner and every angle. Expect nothing but the unfiltered truth.
News first, niceties later. Watch me, Nabila Jamal, on India Today.
Everyone's busy finding what's trending. You're busy finding out why. India Today, for those who research before reacting. Download the India Today app now. Make your media plan smarter with India Today Live TV on your connected devices.
Hello and welcome. Thank you for tuning in. I'm Pooja Shali. Let's begin first with the headlines. Draupadi Murmu becomes the 15th President of India with 64% votes. Prime Minister Modi meeting and greeting Murmu, congratulates her. Opposition is split wide open meanwhile over the election of Vice President now. The Trinamool Congress to abstain from voting because Mamata's party is furious over not being consulted over Margaret Alva's nomination. Sonia Gandhi's Enforcement Directorate questioning in the National Herald case has concluded for the day, but Sonia Gandhi will be summoned again on 25th July. Congress protests turning violent in several states against the ED. Shocking immolation of a seer after protesting against illegal mining at the revered hills linked to Lord Krishna in Rajasthan. Bharatiya Janata Party attacks the Gehlot government. A Bajrang Dal member stabbed by 13 men in Madhya Pradesh's Agar for allegedly supporting Nupur Sharma. A case of attempt to murder and rioting has been registered. Delhi Lieutenant Governor denies Kejriwal permission to visit Singapore for the 8th World Cities Summit and WCS Mayors Forum, but Kejriwal says he will go ahead with the visit. India has their first ever tribal president, Draupadi Murmu, shattering records, scripting history. Rashtrapati Droupadi Murmu will now take over the helm as India's 15th president. Take a look at this.
History scripted at Sinha Hills. India has got its first tribal president. With NDA's Draupadi Murmu registering a momentous victory, sweeping away a divided opposition's candidate, Yashwant Sinha. Scoring an emphatic victory, becoming 15th President of Union of India. The BJP, which fielded Murmu as a massive signal of intent and affirmative action, is showcasing the victory with rapturous celebrations. With Prime Minister Narendra Modi personally leading from front, calling on Murmu to congratulate her, hailing her big-ticket victory. The BJP is holding congratulatory events and victory marches at every mandal of the party and booth.
On behalf of people of Assam, we are offering our congratulations and goodwill to Srimati Droupadi Murmu and also thanking Prime Minister Narendra Modi for giving such a big gift to the people of India.
It is a historical moment for the...
This is a historical moment for entire people of India.
इसके लिए हम प्रधानमंत्री जी के निर्णय के भी आभारी हैं और साथ ही द्रौपदी मुर्मू जी को बेस्ट विशेस, सादर प्रणाम और इस देश की जनता को सबसे बड़ा संदेश कि एक भारत श्रेष्ठ भारत सिर्फ नारा नहीं है, ये एक सिद्धांत है जिसके लिए हम सब काम कर रहे हैं.
Murmu, who hails from a poor family of tribals, had suffered many tragedies in her life, losing her husband and 2 sons between 2009 and 2014. Daughter Itishri, who works in a bank, has been her constant companion.
राष्ट्रपति दीदी बन गई है, उसीलिए हमको बहुत खुशी है.
बहुत खुशी है.
बहुत खुशी.
अभी अगला क्या करेंगे?
अगला तो हम जाने का तैयार कर रहा हूँ.
दिल्ली जाएंगे आप?
दिल्ली
शपथ ग्रहण में?
जी.
Murmu's village erupted with joy, with fellow tribals celebrating the occasion with traditional dance and sweets. From a small, nondescript village in Odisha's Mayurbhanj to becoming the first citizen of India, the victory of Draupadi Murmu is being hailed as a momentous push in empowering tribals. Marginalized for centuries in India's political landscape. With Suryagni in Mayurbhanj, Bureau Report, India Today.
From Rairangpur to Rashtrapati Bhavan, Draupadi Murmu's journey has been a remarkable one. Remember, she's a Santhal tribal and Murmu rose from the grassroots. She's also been a stellar member of the Legislative Assembly, earning rich administrative and governance experience. That as a minister in the Patnaik-led coalition government in Odisha in 2000. Here's all you need to know about India's 15th president and her career graph.
Rairangpur in Mayurbhanj district of Odisha is proud to be the town that witnessed the rise of Draupadi Murmu. She worked here as a teacher before becoming a councillor, an MLA, a minister, and then governor. More than 280 kilometers from the capital of Odisha, this is where she built her life after her elder son passed away. Her people are overjoyed. Havans followed by dance and sweets, the proud village is basking in Murmu's feet.
She is a lady with a heart. On the one side, she is an iron lady. She would like to take strong action in one hand. In other, she would talk very politely and very compassionately with the public.
Draupadi Murmu's brother Tarini Sen Tudu lives in her house in Rairangpur while the rest of the family keeps visiting. Her brother is excited about attending the swearing-in ceremony.
सेलिब्रेशन तो हम लोग तैयारी में है, लड्डू वड्डू बटा जाएगा और नाच उच भी होगा ट्रेडिशनल का। अगर जीत जाती है तो हम तो जरूर उसका ये मैं आऊँगा औत में।
वो लाइक एनी अदर मदर, कभी कभी स्ट्रिक्ट भी है, कभी कभी सॉफ्ट भी है, और शी इज एनी लाइक एनी अदर मदर.
In the school where she worked as a teacher between 1994 and 1997, she is remembered fondly as Didi, or elder sister.
रूल रेगुलेशन भी करूथिले आ समस्तनकर सहित भलो संपर्क भी रहउतिला आ छोटे छोटे छुआ मन को भी भलो व्यवहार भी करूथिले समस्त स्टाफ मान का सहित भी भलो सब संपर्क रहितला लोक मान का सहित भी भलो सब संपर्क रहितला.
The school premises that we see over here is also testimony to the fact that before 1997, before she became an elected representative, she was a teacher. And the school is still here, students are here. The school has expanded, its classes are still on. However, what is not over here is Draupadi Murmu, who was a teacher, and she used to teach all these subjects in this middle school.
Nearly half an hour drive away is the village where Draupadi Murmu was born. Uparbeda village has changed since her childhood. The school she studied in has grown to become a high school with smart classes. Back in the 60s, it was only a primary school.
Draupadi Murmu had to leave the village of Uparbeda. The reason was that the school that she went to in this particular village was a primary one. That means it was there till class 5. And that is the reason why she had to leave for Bhubaneswar for further studies. In 2022, things have completely changed over here in this particular village of Uparbeda.
Draupadi Murmu's native house is a well-constructed one compared to the Kacha house of the neighborhood. Decorated like never before for the auspicious occasion. Murmu's extraordinary journey is now the new folklore, which will inspire generations of Adivasis and common citizens. With Suryagni Roy in Mayurbhanj, Bureau Report, India Today.
From a small village of Odisha to the first citizen of the country, the nation has scripted history at the Sinha Hills. NDA's presidential candidate Draupadi Murmu has a long and an illustrious career behind her, a lot of hard work and struggle. Take a look at this report.
Draupadi Murmu is the next president, given the numbers the NDA has.
वर्तमान टेलीविजन न्यूज देखिली वर्तमान किसी कहवा को चाहे ना परवर्ती समय आपण जहाँ भी बाइट देवी वर्तमान नुह है कहीं आपण को धन्यवाद आपण एते कष्ट करी आछंती.
As governor of Jharkhand, she achieved 2 landmarks: the first woman and the first tribal governor of the state. A Santhal tribal, Murmu rose from grassroots to becoming a stellar MLA. She also earned rich administrative experiences as a minister in the Patnaik-led coalition government in Odisha in 2000.
आज तक कोई आदिवासी ट्राइबल प्रत्याशी राष्ट्रपति के रूप में नहीं आया है और पहली बार कोई ट्राइबल को एनडीए की तरफ से हम कैंडिडेट बना सकेंगे ऐसा संसदीय बोर्ड पार्लियामेंट्री बोर्ड का मत था.
As Jharkhand's governor, she devoted herself to spearheading growth and development.
The high point was witnessed that last year when Jharkhand scored 63.07%. Next, only the Gujarat and Andhra Pradesh in the World Bank Ease of Doing Business assessment report, jumping up the ladder to secure the 3rd position from almost the bottom of the list.
She will also be the first president from Odisha. Prime Minister Modi hailed Murmu as a champion of society and empowerment. Bureau Report, India Today.
Draupadi Murmu is elected as the first tribal woman president of India. The tribal community all across the country expectedly celebrating her big victory. But remember, the real test for Draupadi Murmu will be how she acts on issues that are of importance and affect directly to the tribal life and culture. Here's a report.
History in the making. For the first time, an Adivasi will occupy the country's highest constitutional office. Draupadi Murmu is all set to take oath as the President of India. While the opposition dismisses Murmu's election as mere symbolism, it is still a big moment for the Adivasis who have largely found themselves on the margins of power structure. In many places, the tribal community celebrated Murmu's victory.
आज राष्ट्रपति जो है बनने वाला है वो आदिवासी है. ये आदिवासी का ड्रेस है, ये आदिवासी का ट्रेडिशनल नाच है. हम लोग खुशी से आज सुबह से नाच रहा है, वो उत्सव मना रहा है.
Murmu comes from Odisha's Santhal tribe. In India, the Santals are the 3rd largest scheduled tribe groups after the Gonds and the Bhils. Murmu's win gives hope and inspiration for the tribal community of India.
छोटा सा परिवार से और इतना बड़ा गई हैं तो हम लोग बहुत खुश हैं.
हम लोगों का कास्ट में ना बोलते हैं माने महिला कुछ नहीं कर सकते हैं, इसीलिए आज प्रूव कर दिया सभी महिला सभी ही माने सभी कुछ कर सकते हैं.
According to the Constitution, the President of India is also the guardian of the 5th scheduled area. The President can declare any area with high tribal population as the 5th scheduled area. This gives the President the authority to inspect the administration of these areas. But the real test for Murmu will be how she acts on issues that are of importance to tribal life and culture. Expectations are high.
परेशान है, रोड होना चाहिए, एक पुल होना चाहिए. अगर वो चीज हो जाएगा तो हम लोग जितना भी बारिश हो आने जाने के लिए.
प्रॉब्लम तो बहुत है, जैसे कि ट्राइबल में तो देखते हैं कि सब अभी निचले तकबे में ही हैं,
अभी तक उनका कुछ थोड़ा थोड़ा उठ रहे हैं, ऐसा नहीं है कि नहीं उठे हैं, वैसा कोई बात नहीं है, वो उठ रहे हैं। उनको यदि कुछ सपोर्ट मिलेगा तो और भी आगे जाएंगे।
वो तो हम जो सोचते हैं, जो प्रॉब्लम है यहाँ पर, वो प्रॉब्लम सुनिश्चित होगा।
प्रॉब्लम क्या है?
प्रॉब्लम है जो रेलवे प्रॉब्लम।
रेलवे प्रॉब्लम, यहाँ पे स्टेशन नहीं है।
स्टेशन है किंतु कनेक्शन नहीं है।
Activists claim country's forest and land laws have changed over the years to help big industry, which will lead to further displacement of the original inhabitants of the land.
While I'm very happy that finally scheduled tribes have got representation, I'm not sure that she will really represent Adivasis in the way that they need to be represented, because all the BJP policies are anti-Adivasi.
Draupadi Murmu's election as president is truly a historic moment. But what she does as president will really shape her legacy. Bureau Report, India Today.
India erupted into celebration and joy after Murmu's victory was announced. Take a look now at the Pan-India festivities with regard to dhol, dance, celebrations and firecrackers and much more. Take a look.
Celebrations began even before the first round of counting was over. India welcomed the country's first tribal president with drum beats, crackers and dancing on the streets.
हमें थोड़ी आशा भी है कि इसके साथ हमारे रायरंगपुर की कुछ तरक्की भी होगी। शायद द्रौपदी दीदी हमारे लिए जरूर कुछ करेंगी, हमारे गांव के लिए।
Draupadi Murmu's climb from a humble background to the highest office of the nation has touched a chord with ordinary people. Never before has there been such frenzy over presidential elections. Draupadi Murmu is a woman who broke many glass ceilings as she scaled her way up in politics. That she is an inspiration for commoners was evident across India on Thursday. Bureau Report, India Today.
Time for a quick commercial break. Don't go anywhere. Lots more on the other side.
I don't read the news. I read between the lines to tell you the true version of events. The true story of our times.
To document grief, the toughest assignment for any journalist to be.
From those who matter.
Women politicians going to stick up for each other.
Of those who should matter. I document the truth. I don't distort the truth. I don't glamorize the truth. I don't gloss over the truth.
The ghosts of India's contentious medieval history have come knocking again.
I hustle for the truth. On the ground, in the newsroom, in the studio. I don't try to grab eyeballs.
I inform you to make you see the point.
To the Point with Preeti Chaudhary. At these times, only on India Today. Make your media plan smarter with India Today Live TV on your connected devices. Everyone's busy finding what's trending. You're busy finding out why. India Today for those who research before reacting. Download the India Today app now. Make your media plan smarter with India Today Live TV on your connected devices.
You are watching India.
Enforcement Directorate's summon to an ailing Sonia Gandhi has spurred the Grand Old Party's leaders to declare a war. Congress workers and netas hit the streets, staging massive demonstrations against Sonia Gandhi's ED questioning. Here's a report on scene.
Arson, burning of vehicles,
street protests and fury. Massive face-off with cops. Barricade breaking. And rail roko stir by Congress workers. Images which define Congress's Satyagraha march against party chief Sonia Gandhi's grilling by the ED in National Herald scam case. Streets of the national capital witnessed Congress loyalists' big dangal. Similar chaotic scenes played out in several cities as Congress workers went on a rampage, citing centre's vendetta.
तमाम राज्यसभा और लोकसभा के सांसद निकल पड़े हैं। संसद से सड़क तक कोशिश है आवाज अपनी पहुंचाने की।
Carrying large banners saying stop misuse of ED, Congress leaders even held protests inside the Parliament complex. Amid widespread protests, Sonia Gandhi reached the ED office a little after noon, accompanied by her children Priyanka and Rahul Gandhi. After Congress President's request, the ED allowed Priyanka to stay in the premises with medicines. ED sources say that Sonia was even allowed to leave early if she felt unwell. Her lawyer, however, was not allowed during questioning. India Today exclusively accessed ED's line of questioning for Sonia Gandhi. Her links with Young Indian Limited and 38% stake in company were asked by ED. She was also questioned on the charity work done by Young Indian and money trail linked to Associated Journals Limited. The Congress Supremo was allowed to go home after 3 hours of grilling. She will likely be summoned again on Monday. Sonia Gandhi's grilling comes a month after Rahul's multiple grillings in the same case, which saw similar Congress street fury. Bureau Report, India Today.
Fury and face-off over Sonia Gandhi's ED grilling. Congress party all out in its Shield Sonia campaign and a mission, accusing government at the centre of a witch hunt against Sonia Gandhi by using the Enforcement Directorate. Here's a report.
Congress going all out in its Shield Sonia mission. With fury and face-off over Sonia's ED grilling came a massive political face-off. The Congress accused the Modi government of a witch hunt against Sonia Gandhi by using the ED.
ईडी को ये सरकार ने इडियट बना दिया और इसके चलते इडियट की तरह काम करते हैं.
The BJP questioned if Congress is out to shield scam-tainted Gandhi family through street protests. In a scathing attack, Union Minister Prahlad Joshi asked Congress if it thought Sonia Gandhi is a superhuman and not equal before law.
Everybody is equal in the law or not? कानून के समान, कानून के सामने सब समान है या नहीं है? क्या कांग्रेस के अध्यक्ष है तो सुपर ह्यूमन बीइंग है क्या? कानून हमको संबंध नहीं है, ऐसा सोचते हैं.
BJP MP and former Law Minister Ravi Shankar Prasad came down heavily as Congress staged protests nationwide, highlighting that Gandhi family's bid for court relief in Herald scam has so far failed.
When Narendra Modi ji was the Chief Minister of Gujarat, a lot of very vexatious prosecution was started against him. Modi ji appeared before the investigating agency as a sitting Chief Minister. Did the Gujarat BJP leaders offer any protest? Was there any protest in Delhi?
अमित शाह और नरेंद्र मोदी की राजनीति का गठबंधन है वो एजेंसीज के साथ है, वो बड़ा स्पष्ट दिखता है. जब भी इनकी घेराबंदी हो जाती है, whenever they feel cornered, they misuse agencies.
BJP also said that protests are nothing but mere tactics to mount pressure on centre and the investigating agency.
क्या सोनिया गांधी क्वीन है किसी जगह की कि उनसे सवाल जवाब नहीं किए जा सकते? आज एजेंसियों पर दबाव डालने के लिए ये सारा का सारा ये तमाशा किया जा रहा है और इसीलिए ये सोनिया गांधी का, राहुल गांधी का भ्रष्टाचार बचाने वाला दुराग्रह और स्कैमाग्रह है।
It's really an injustice what's going on with the government. They're misusing government machinery to pursue political ends. Most unfortunate. It's durupyog by the BJP of their machinery. As far as we're concerned, we are for Satya.
While opposition parties expressed solidarity with Sonia Gandhi, TMC Supremo Mamata Banerjee attacked ED without naming Sonia.
ওদের মেরুদণ্ডে একদিকে ইডি, একদিকে সিবিআই, অন্যদিকে ইনকাম ট্যাক্স, অন্যদিকে জিএসটি। আমাদের মেরুদণ্ড সোজা, আমরা মাথা উঁচু করে চলি।
Can the Congress generate sympathy for Sonia Gandhi, or will its strategy of fighting scam heat with street fury backfire? Bureau Report, India Today.
It's a wrap on this bulletin. Thank you so much for watching. You can always log on to indiatoday.in for all the latest. Take care.
Did you know that work from home is now permitted in India's special economic zones? Well, yes, work from home will be allowed for a maximum of 1 year and may be extended to up to 50% of total employees, including contractual workers. The Ministry of Commerce of India has notified the Department of Commerce to offer new Rule 43A for work from home in the Special Economic Zones Rules of 2006. The notification was issued on demand from the industry for making a provision for a countrywide uniform work-from-home policy across all special economic zones. The Department of Commerce thereafter held several rounds of discussion with various stakeholders before firming up the notification. This was the communication from the Ministry of Commerce. The notification is provided a 90-day transition period for SEZ units whose employees are already working from home. Special economic zones are areas of India that have different economic regulations than the rest of the country. The economic laws are more liberal here than in a country's domestic economic laws. This is done to attract foreign direct investments. As of now, 378 special economic zones have been notified, with 265 of them being operational. The new rule allows certain categories of special economic zone employees to work from home. It includes employees of IT or ITES, SEZ units in the special economic zones, employees who are temporarily unable to work, employees who are traveling, and employees who are working off-site. The SEZ unit will be responsible for providing equipment and secure connectivity to employees who work from home. So what are your thoughts on the centre's new work-from-home policy? Tell us in the comments.
Hello and welcome. You're watching In the Club. I'm Draupadi Patel. This is where we get you the best from the world of entertainment. First up, Indian cinema's latest heartthrob Vijay Deverakonda is letting his actions speak louder than his words. Yes, I'm talking about his film Liger, with which he's making his Bollywood debut opposite Ananya Pandey. The makers of the film have launched the trailer at a grand event in Hyderabad, and he's seen in a never-seen-before avatar. Take a look at this special report.
एक लायन और टाइगर की औलाद है ये, क्रॉस ब्रीड है मेरा बेटा। नाम है लायन, नाम है टाइगर, दोनों का मिक्स, they call me Liger.
There's hardly any dialogue, but as they say, action speaks louder than words. That's what Vijay Deverakonda's Liger is all about.
कहते हैं बेटा मुझे तुझ में तो है फायर, बहुत बड़ा काम करेगा ये है डिजायर।
Yes, gear up for this sports drama as it brings the Telugu actor to the forefront in Bollywood in a never-seen-before avatar.
दिखते हम हजारों में, एक ही तो है चंदा मामा, इन सितारों में, हम ही तो है रेड रोज, इन बहारों में, अपने जैसे बिकते नहीं, इन बाजारों में।
The makers flew all the way from Mumbai to Hyderabad with Ananya Pandey and director Puri Jagannath to launch the trailer of the film.
Welcome to the family.
Andaki namaskaram, Hyderabad. How did you like the trailer? Thank you so much for all the love. Thank you, thank you.
The 2-minute-long sneak peek into Liger gives glimpses of Vijay Deverakonda as a professional MMA fighter performing some high-octane action sequences. He also has a speech impediment and often is seen channeling his frustrations in the ring.
I love you!
That's not all. While Ananya Pandey adds glamour with her screen presence as his love interest, Bahubali star Ramya Krishnan shines through it all as Vijay Deverakonda's on-screen mother who supports him from the sidelines. What's more, director Puri Jagannath has done something unthinkable by bringing the international icon Mike Tyson into the project. He arrives at the end of the trailer looking like a rodeo cowboy and appears to be playing some kind of villain in the film.
If you're a fighter, what am I?
Interestingly, the film was also shot in Las Vegas and Los Angeles in November 2021. In fact, this video from the sets went viral on social media, along with several other pictures of Vijay Deverakonda and Ananya Pandey posing with Mike Tyson. Meanwhile, the makers of Liger have been keeping fans on tenterhooks. Adding to the hype around the trailer launch, a 75-feet cutout of Vijay Deverakonda was installed outside Sudarshan Theatre in Hyderabad. The cutout featured the actor in boxing gloves holding the national flag. Earlier, these posters were also shared on social media.
Let's go, boys!
Even the first song, titled Akri Pakri, was dropped by the makers. What makes Liger even more exciting is the fact that Vijay Deverakonda is the latest heartthrob in Indian cinema.
Oh my darling,
In fact, in the second episode of Coffee with Karan Season 7, Sara Ali Khan also confessed that she wants to date him.
Sara, give me a name of a boy you feel like you want to date today. Just
No.
Vijay Deverakonda. Vijay Deverakonda became a national crush after his performance in Telugu film Arjun Reddy.
Hey, Amit!
Shiva. It was later on remade as Kabir Singh, with Shahid Kapoor essaying his role in the Hindi version. So undoubtedly, Vijay Deverakonda's Bollywood debut with Liger is something everyone's waiting for with bated breath. Backed by Karan Johar, the film will hit theatres on August 25th in multiple languages including Hindi, Tamil, Telugu, Malayalam and Kannada.
I'm a fighter! If you're a fighter, what am I?
Entertainment Bureau, India Today. The teaser of Vijay Sethupath's upcoming film 19-1A is out, while pictures of Shah Rukh Khan posing with his fans in London, where he's seen shooting for his film Donkey, are going viral on social media. This and much more, here's our popular segment, What's Trending. The teaser of Vijay Sethupathi and Nithya Menon's upcoming Malayalam film titled 19-1A is out. Directed by Indu, the Malayalam movie stars Vijay Sethupathi as a writer, while the female lead Nithya Menon will be seen playing the role of a woman who works at telephone booth and Xerox shop.
Fiction or non-fiction?
The rights of the film has been acquired by Disney Plus Hotstar and will stream directly on the OTT platform very soon. What's more, named after Article 19 of the Indian Constitution, which guarantees to all its citizens the right to freedom of speech and expression, the film marks directorial debut of Indu VS, who also has penned the story of the film. 19-1A also stars Indrajit Sukumaran. That's not all. Interestingly, 19-1A is Vijay Sethupathi's second project in the Malayalam cinema. His debut was with an extended cameo in the 2019 film Marconi Mathai. Apart from 19-1A, Vijay Sethupathi also has Merry Christmas lined up for December release. He will share screen space with Katrina Kaif in the film. Shah Rukh Khan is currently shooting for Rajkumar Hirani's next Donkey in London, and several pictures of him posing alongside his fans are going viral on social media. These photos were captured after Shah Rukh took some time out from his busy schedule to enjoy a meal. Donkey marks the first collaboration between SRK and filmmaker Rajkumar Hirani. The superstar shared this video in April 2022 to announce the film. The clip starts with SRK looking at the wall with posters of Rajkumar Hirani's previous films, and later he's joined by him.
मेरे लिए भी कुछ ऐसा है क्या?
सर एक है स्क्रिप्ट मेरे पास.
Really? कॉमेडी है?
बहुत है.
इमोशन है?
वो भी है.
रोमांस है सर.
है सर, पर ये वाला एक्शन अवॉइड करिएगा.
ये अरे हाथ ही काट लूंगा मैं. गए सर, आप बोलो तो. नाम क्या है सर?
डंकी.
डोंकी?
डोंकी नहीं शाहरुख, डंकी.
मैं समझा डोंकी. डंकी.
Interestingly, the makers have roped in Taapsee Pannu as the female lead opposite SRK, who is returning to the big screen after a gap of 4 years. He was last seen in 2018 Zero, which turned out to be a box office dud.
तुम्हें कैसे लगा कि तुम मुझसे शादी कर सकते हो?
शादी किसे करनी थी? हमारे यहाँ प्लॉट देखने के पैसे थोड़ी लगते हैं.
अबे लड़की मिल रही है तुझे शादी करने के लिए, वरना तुझ जैसे को तो लौटा ना मिले.
Apart from Donkey, SRK also has other interesting projects lined up, including Siddharth Anand's Pathan. He will be seen sharing screen space with Deepika Padukone and John Abraham in this action thriller, which is set to roll out in cinemas on January 25th, 2023.
और जिनका नाम नहीं होता, उनका नामकरण उनके साथ ही कर देते. तो ये नाम क्यों पड़ा, कैसे पड़ा, इसके लिए थोड़ा सा इंतजार कीजिए.
Shah Rukh Khan also has at least Jawan in his kitty. The film also stars Nayanthara, Sania Malhotra and Sunil Grover in key roles.
Good to go, Chief.
Ready.
अब कुछ लोग विश्वास नहीं करते, पर जिंदगी में चमत्कार होते हैं जी. हाँ. कहती थी कि हर एक दी अपनी तकदीर होती है.
Amir Khan starrer Lal Singh Chadda and Anurag Kashyap's Dobara are among films that will be screened at the Indian Film Festival of Melbourne.
Alexa, please start a movie.
What are you in the mood for?
I don't know, something that is different, not the same old place. Something that is a little edgy, that surprises me. Something that has a vibe.
Hello.
आप मेरे टीवी में क्या कर रहे हो?
अरे अभी तुम्ही ने तो कहा you want something edgy that has a vibe. सुना हो ना?
The event, which will be held in the Victorian capital between 12th August to 20th August, is all set to pay homage to filmmaker Satyajit Ray and will showcase the Appu trilogy as part of the tribute.
Law is a very powerful weapon. யாரை காப்பாத்துறதுக்காக நாம அதை பயன்படுத்துறோங்கிறது ரொம்ப முக்கியம்.
இருக்கிற இடத்துக்கு பட்டா கிடையாது, ரேஷன் கார்டு கிடையாது, voter listல பேரே கிடையாது.
The Beyond Bollywood section of the festival will present Surya's Jai Bhim among others.
அதை உறுதி செய்யறது இந்த நீதிமன்றத்தோட தார்மீக கடமை.
And in the short films category, Nasiruddin Shah starrer The Daughter and filmmaker Vijayata Kumar's Kicking Balls will be showcased. The documentary section, on the other hand, will include titles like Aina, Ladies Only, and Womb, Women of My Billion. That's not all. Legendary cricketer Kapil Dev is the guest of honor at the festival. He will grace the event along with Samantha Ruth Prabhu, Tamanna, and filmmaker Kabir Khan. Katrina Kaif took to social media to share these pictures from her recent Maldives vacation. In the photos, she can be seen enjoying her time in the Paradise Nation. Earlier, she had also shared glimpses of her quality time with her husband and actor Vicky Kaushal. She also posted these pictures and videos featuring her close friends and family members. Her video of ziplining with her gang, in fact, is also going viral on social media. Meanwhile, on work front, Katrina Kaif has a couple of interesting projects lined up, including Merry Christmas alongside Vijay Sethupathi and Phone Booth with Ishan Khattar and Siddhant Chaturvedi. Among her most anticipated projects is also the third installment of Tiger franchise opposite Salman Khan. The film will also feature Imran Hashmi in key role. Entertainment Bureau, India Today.
Ready?
Tiger always ready.
It's time for a short break now, but there's lots more coming up on the other side, so stay tuned to In the Club.
Is it so hot and humid in your city that you're finding it difficult to fall asleep? Well, you are not alone. Hundreds and lakhs of people in India are facing this problem, and now it has been documented. It's now clear that heat waves are messing up our sleep patterns. This has to do largely with your body temperature in the night. Our bodies are tuned in to dropping body heat in the night to help us sleep. The hormone melatonin serves essentially as a natural alarm clock. When it's nighttime, it widens the blood vessels in our hands and feet to get rid of heat from our bodies. So what really happens when the air around us is too hot? When temperature goes up, deep sleep gets affected. Deep sleep for at least a few hours is the bare minimum we all need to ensure our body truly gets the rest it requires.
Sleep deprivation can lead to various mental health disorders. The most commonly seen are depression and anxiety. Chronic insomnia, that is chronic sleep disturbances, can lead to something called as early onset dementia, which is again a memory disorder. So it is important in order to maintain our mental health as well as physical health that we give ourselves adequate sleep.
Now, there is not just the problem of rising temperatures, there is also the problem of the pandemic. COVID-19 has interfered with our sleep patterns, and this too has now been documented. The pandemic ruined sleep cycles. The stress and anxiety of COVID added to the work from home patterns completely hit our lifestyle choices. A recent survey by a social media platform found that 54%
The makers of the period drama Bridgerton have finally started shooting for season 3 in London, with all familiar faces returning to the series and 3 new cast members. The trailer of Game of Thrones prequel House of Dragon, on the other hand, is out. It's time now to fly 7 seas across to check out the biggest newsmakers from the West. Here's Fully Foreign.
Miss Daphne Bridgerton.
Bridgerton is officially back. The makers of the period drama have finally started shooting for season 3 in London, with all familiar faces returning to the series and 3 new cast members.
Bridgerton season 3 filming has officially begun. You coming in?
Let's go.
The latest additions are Daniel Francis, who is known for his role as Dave Shaw in the Netflix thriller Stay Close. He will be essaying the role of Marcus Anderson. The second face is Sam Phillips, who previously appeared in The Crown, and he will be playing the role of Lord Debling, a genial lord with unusual interests in the series. Third and the last one, James Foon, who is a newbie and is all set to portray the role of Harry Dankworth, a character who lacks wit, intelligence, but make up for it with his serious good looks. Bridgerton season 3 will focus on Penelope Featherington, played by Nicola Colgan, and Colin Bridgerton, played by Luke Newton.
Greece. Perhaps you could bring back a tomato plant for Miss Thompson as a souvenir when you return from your travels this year.
I am uncertain of my travels at the moment.
And I heard the sound of thundering hooves, splintering shields and ringing swords. And I placed my heir upon the Iron Throne. And all the dragons roared as one.
The makers have released the official trailer of Game of Thrones prequel titled House of Dragon.
Who else would have a claim? The firstborn child. Rhaenyra.
The release comes ahead of Dragon's San Diego Comic-Con, which will mark the return of the franchise to the fan event for the first time since 2019.
Rhaenyra's succession will be challenged. Knives will come out.
Based on George Martin's Fire and Blood, the series is set 200 years before the events of Game of Thrones and tells the story of House of Targaryen.
I'm your heir. War is afoot.
Do you think the realm will ever accept me as their queen?
A woman would not inherit the Iron Throne, because that is the order of things.
The series stars Paddy Considine, Matt Smith, Olivia Cook, Emma Darcy, and Steve Toussaint, among others.
She could cut off any challenge to her succession.
I am to inherit the Iron Throne. She will block my way.
The Game of Thrones prequel series will premiere on streaming service HBO on August 21st.
Where is duty? Where is sacrifice? Now they see you as you are. Now what?
jumping animal could not have talked to you. He's a lunatic.
Eddie Murphy, who is known for films like Dr. Dolittle and Shrek, will reportedly star in holiday comedy titled Candy Cane.
Hey, I can fly.
He can fly!
He can fly. He can talk. That's right, fool.
Veteran filmmaker Reginald Hudlin will be helming the movie, who has previously worked with Eddie Murphy in 1992 film Boomerang. Candy Cane is the first project under Eddie Murphy's 3 movies and first look film deal with Amazon Studios, which came following the blockbuster performance in 2021's Coming to America.
Famine and blood diamonds. Nelson Mandela and Winnie. Those hungry babies with the flies on the face.
Hey, oh, that's too much. Now you stepped over the line. Now we won't be talking that kind of about the hungry babies. You're going to have to get out of my chair.
Politically incorrect.
The plot details of the film are currently under wraps, but the production is set to begin later this year in Los Angeles.
Who am I? People just see an animal.
Streaming service Hulu released the trailer of their upcoming limited series titled Mike, and it shows how controversial boxer Mike Tyson grew into such a vicious fighter from a young age.
Children, praise be to Allah. Don't you want to change your life? And I won't. Your superiority will be undeniable. They'll love you as much as they fear you.
At the same time, it also gives a glimpse into his multiple run-ins with the law and questionable behavior that makes him so hard to evaluate.
This is all about immortality. About your name being known till the end of time.
Mike features Travin Road, who will be seen essing the titular role, Kerry Sims and Scott McDonald. The series will release on the OTT platform on August 25th. Entertainment Bureau, India Today.
So, who am I?
The India Couture Week kickstarts this weekend in the national capital, and the fashion world is geared up for it. Chaitri Narula with all that's in store this year.
The Fashion Design Council of India is all set to celebrate 15 years of India Couture Week.
We're really happy to be back with a physical show, as really it is clear that couture can't be just enjoyed on a smartphone. You somehow miss the grandeur, the detailing, and the sheer artistry that the segment boasts of. We have, as always, some of the best names to show in this season.
Couture is more of a cultural phenomenon world over. Take, for example, the Paris Haute Couture Week that just wound up, and the cultural statements made by Balenciaga, Olivier Rousteing, for Jean-Paul Gaultier, Rahul Mishra, and Iris Van Herpen. Back home in India, a total of 13 couturiers are all set to showcase at the FDCI India Couture Week that begins on July 22nd. This year marks the 15th edition.
This is the 15th edition. And we've managed to grow by leaps and bounds, and where we started and how we've evolved and got better and better. This year, there are 5 off-site shows that we have upped the ante with and added ultra luxury to the already glamorous vocabulary that we have in this segment.
The fashion world is eagerly waiting for what these Indian designers have in store this year.